Is Lit, the podcast where we finally settle the score on one simple question. Is the book really better than the movie? I'm Brian, and I have a film degree, so I watch the movie, but don't read the book.
And I'm Katie. I have an English degree, so I do things the right way and read the book before we watch the movie.
So prepare to be wowed by our expertise and charm as we dissect all of your favorite film adaptations and decide if the silver screen or the written word did it better. So turn it up, settle in, and get ready for spoilers, because this film is lit. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will be no rerun, brothers. The revolution will be live. It's catching fire, and this film is lit. Hello, and welcome back to This Film is Lit, the podcast where we talk about movies that are based on books. It's part 2 of the 2021 summer series. We're in the middle of our reading and watching of The Hunger Games, and today we're talking about Catching Fire. If you want a little bit of background on Catching Fire, you can check out our prequel episodes, which are super great, and you should definitely listen to them. Not that nobody does. We get good listenership on the prequel episodes, but I truly think that, you know, I understand that there's podcasts that I listen to that I don't list that have like prequel episodes, similar things that I very often don't listen to. I would highly recommend our prequel episodes. We do a lot of work and research, and I think they're really fun. Plus, the listener feedback we get, I think, spurs some really interesting conversations. I'm
usually very proud of the prequel episodes in a way that I'm not of the main episodes.
Oh, it's just different.
It's different.
Yeah.
I do a lot of research, and I do a lot more research and a lot more writing for the prequels.
Yeah. For the prequel episodes, we do learning things segments where we break down specific sort of topics. A lot of times it's tropes. On the most recent prequel episode, we talked about the Chosen One trope and how it does or doesn't apply to the Hunger Games series, and it's a little bit more of a sort of thought out deep dive sort of discussion that I think are really interesting. If you do like the main episodes, go check those out. Plus we read feedback from fans that we get on social media, speaking of which, you can follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Goodreads, all those places for many number of reasons. There's all kinds of fun posts, you know, stuff from different we'll post pictures from the movies of like cool things we find, all that sort of stuff, but also we get your feedback and then we talk about it on the prequel episodes. And finally, before we get started, we wanted to remind you that you can support us at patreon.com/thisfilmislit. We have several different levels there, a $2, a $5, and a $15 level. The $5 level is where you get the bonus content where we talk about all kinds of different movies, TV shows, all kinds of different stuff. Most recently, we reviewed and discussed Parasite for like an hour, which was really fun. And then moving forward, we're going to keep doing other cool, interesting things. And it's stuff that, you know, would never show up on the main show because it's stuff not based on books or whatever.
Yeah, usually.
Sometimes it is. Like we just talked about Shadow and Bone, the first season of that on Netflix, but it's not our typical movie adaptation of a book. So go check out patreon.com/thisfilmislit. Katie, it's a summer series episode, and that means we have so many notes because you and I are going to talk for so long about Catching Fire. If you're listening to this episode, you've already seen the runtime. I feel pretty confident it's close to 3.5 hours, if not more.
Well, we have a full 13 pages of notes. We're technically onto a 14th page, but it's just one line.
Right.
And I think that's actually a new record for us.
I believe it is. Some of the Harry Potter episodes may have pushed that, but the first Hunger Games episode was the first episode since, I think maybe Lord of the Rings I did it as well. I can't recall. The Harry Potter episodes, there was a few of them, and I think maybe Lord of the Rings episode or two, that my editing software will not export the thing in one full chunk. I have to do it in 2 parts and then stitch it together in different software in order to get the full runtime of the episode together. So yeah, they're long, they're deep dives, but we hope that's what you're here for. We think we have some interesting stuff to discuss when it comes to Catching Fire. If you haven't read or watched, we're going to give you a little bit of a catch up right now in our first segment. Let me sum up.
Let me explain. No, There is too much. Let me sum up.
Order in Panem rests upon a knife's edge. Katniss Everdeen, the girl on fire, is adjusting to life in Victor's village after she and her friend Peeta Mellark were both crowned victors of the 74th Hunger Games by defying the Capitol and threatening to kill themselves. This simple act of defiance has sparked uprising across Panem as rebel groups begin rising against the fascist capital. Katniss also continues to deal with complicated feelings about her longtime friend Gale and the fallout of her fake relationship with Peeta. On their victory tour, Katniss and Peeta see the unrest in person, and in an attempt to save their lives and the lives of their loved ones, they try to quiet the unrest, but to no avail. In a surprising twist, the 75th Hunger Games draws contestants from the victors of previous games, meaning Katniss will have to compete and likely die, which President Snow hopes will snuff out the revolution. Katniss and Peeta re-enter the arena, make unexpected allies with some of the former victors, and ultimately Katniss destroys the arena before being rescued by leaders of the revolution, Haymitch and Plutarch Heavensbee. Side note, I don't know how much they're actually leaders of the revolution. They're who rescue her, and they're among the
upper,
orchestrators but I don't recall, and I know there are more people in the third one, just for people who know this series better than I do. There are more like higher ups involved in the revolution.
We haven't started Mockingjay.
We haven't started Mockingjay yet, and I only read it once 10 years ago when it came out. So, Plutarch Heavensbee, who is the duplicitous double agent head game maker. Katniss must now come to terms with the fact that the revolution has arrived, and she is its figurehead, whether she likes it or not. All right. Hopefully that caught some people up if you hadn't seen or read Catching Fire.
Or if it's just been a while.
Or if it's been a while. You know, you read it and watched it a while ago, so you want a little refresher. So there you go. It's now time for our big first segment, where we find out and discuss what was better in the book.
You like to read?
Oh, yes. I love to read.
What do you like to read?
Everything.
All right, so my first note is a big one. We talked about this in our episode on the Hunger Games.
Mm-hmm.
In the movie, I still just really, really miss Katniss's inner monologue.
Yeah.
In all cases.
Mm-hmm.
But there is specifically a line at the beginning. This was one of the first major notes that I made while I was reading the book, where she says to herself, "If it were up to me, I would try to forget the Hunger Games entirely."
Mm-hmm.
And then moving forward through the book and then seeing what happened and how everything played out, the irony of that is just too good.
Yeah.
If Snow had just left Katniss alone,
Yeah.
things probably would have gone back to quote unquote normal eventually.
Eventually, yeah.
Like eventually things probably would have leveled.
Yeah.
That was all she wanted, was for things to go back to normal.
Absolutely.
But no, he had to flex on her.
Yeah. Yeah, it's absolutely the case that it, and the movie I think does eventually kind of make a good point of that. There are some moments where we see the machinations between President Snow and Plutarch, and now we know ultimately that Plutarch is working against the interest of the Capitol and against the president. But they do have discussions about how to address this situation, and you can't help but think, man, if you had just
just done nothing,
it would have been fine for you. Like, it would have been bad, but it would have been fine for you. Like, things would have worked out probably. But no, and I think that does sort of reiterate the point that the people holding that power are do so by that the people holding the kind of power that President Snow has cannot help but insert themselves and take, and they're, because they're narcissists, because they're
driven by ego
and driven by this insane sort of desire to control everything. He has to control her. He has to he can't let this go unanswered, and because of that, it is his own downfall. Ultimately. I agree. So we see the lake in the opening of the movie. Katniss it opens the opening shot. We see her. She's sitting out staring at this lake. And in the book, we find out that this lake is a very special, secluded place quite far away from like the fences of District 12, where her father used to take her to swim when she was a child. And we get some sort of flashback stories about how she used to go there and she liked to like laying in the water and blocking out all the sound And she doesn't really want to share it with anyone. So it's a bit, ultimately, she does try to like share it, quote unquote, with Gale when she, at a point later in the story. But in this opening shot, Gale is just there. Like he just shows up. And I kind of liked the moment in the book where we get this backstory about her and her dad. And again, we don't get any of her
we
dad
don't get
in
any
this.
of the backstory in the movie. And it also sets up that she knows how to swim.
Yeah.
Which is important later.
Yeah, and we don't see her swim at all in this segment, or even, it doesn't even allude that she might have, because you think it would be very easy to see her looking out at the lake, cut to a flashback of her as a child swimming, like with her dad or something, and then cut right back. It's a little thing. I just liked, again, some of the more backstory stuff that we get in the book. Overall, I think the movie does a pretty good job establishing Katniss's character. I don't think she needs a ton more backstory from what we get necessarily, but I did like that scene in the book. Also, so we jump right into the movie, and she's walking into Victor's village, and as she's walking in, Buttercup the cat, who we talked about briefly in the first episode, who's just mentioned like in the very first chapter or whatever, as Prim's cat, I think. And Buttercup hisses at her in the movie as she walks in, and it's like in stark contrast to what actually happens in the book, where in the book they're like friends now.
Yeah.
Or friendly.
They've like reached an understanding.
Yes, they're friendly.
And part of that is the fact that both she and Buttercup actually prefer their old house.
Yeah.
Like their old hovel that they lived in. And I don't think we even see the old house at all in the movie. We don't.
And I did like that in the book she goes there, and that's where Buttercup tends to hang out, and she feeds her and stuff. So yeah, they've kind of found a new understanding. And I just thought it was interesting that the movie would include Buttercup at all, but then make it
wrong,
make it the opposite of like what has happened in the book. I thought that was interesting, kind of dumb, but we're introduced to some of the peacekeepers in District 12, including specifically one, and this is a whole subplot that's cut out that we'll talk a little bit about more later, which is the Avox subplot, and specifically in reference to Darius, who's one of the peacekeepers in District 12. And we get a little bit of this in the sense that when Thread comes in the movie, we get a little bit of this in the sense where when Thread comes in and overhauls the district, it's implied that this is a stark contrast from the previous Peacekeepers situation, but it's a little bit more explicit and laid out in the book in a way that I thought was interesting, in that she actually has somewhat of a friendly relationship with this Darius Peacekeeper guy. Who's not quite.
Well, then like Darius especially, because we see them like talk together at the Hob in the book.
It really bothers me that it's the Hob and not the Hub. Anyways, that's a little thing,
but it's supposed to sound like folksy.
I agree. It's just for some reason I always want to read it as the Hub, because it's like the hub where they go to trade, but it's the Hub. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Anyways,
maybe it's an accent thing.
It could be, yeah.
Could be, yeah. But not the implication. It's very clear in the book. It's not implied. But what happens in the book is that the peacekeepers in District 12 are not really peacekeepers. Not like they are in the other districts.
Yeah.
They're more like part of the community, kind of. I mean, they're still like a little separate, but they're more like part of the community. And I was wondering, as I was reading this book, how the movie was going to handle that, because they don't address it in the first movie at all.
No.
The peacekeepers just seem like normal peacekeepers.
Kind of nameless, faceless. Yeah.
Like stormtrooper type guys.
And we talked about it in the first episode. It's Katniss observes that it's the relationship between the people in 12 and the peacekeepers is very different than it is in other districts. In some districts, like 11, where people are like whipped in the square and stuff, she's like, that's not a thing that happens in 12 or hasn't happened in years or whatever. And we talked about and another interesting dynamic of that we talked about in the first episode is that because 11 is a primarily black district, or at least maybe not primarily, but a largely black district, whereas District 12 appears to be a largely white populated district, and there being an interplay of racism mixed in with the sort of classism that's already inherent in the district system. But yeah.
But it turned out that the movie handles that by also kind of just not showing it.
Just not showing it. We don't get Darius. We don't get any of the relationships with the peacekeepers. Like I said, the only allusion to it is that it's implied that the new peacekeepers are much worse than the old ones, but we didn't really see any interactions, at least not any positive interactions with the old ones to begin with, so it doesn't really do much for us. Speaking of the Victor's Village that we mentioned earlier, which is this, it's a if you haven't read the books, because the movie does not make this clear at all, you see the victor's village, but in the books it's explained that they built, I don't know how many, like 20 or something, or 12, or it's some large number over
of
10
houses, yeah.
of these like large mansions all in one location in each district that are designed specifically for when somebody wins the Hunger Games, they get to move into this big mansion and, you know, they get everything taken care of and they're like very wealthy and all that sort of thing. And Katniss remarks when she's going into Victor's village in the book that, you know, there's like 12, there's 3 of the Victor's village houses are occupied. It's her house, Peeta's house, and Haymitch. And there's like, you know, a dozen other houses that are just completely empty. Meanwhile, people she knows are homeless and starving on the streets. And I think, you know, that's a situation that is not remote or not remotely applicable to our current political environment at all. Yeah,
Definitely not.
Definitely not. It's one of those things where, you know, where it shows the obvious parallel between it. You look at the Capitol and go, look how horrible and fascistic and terrible this system is, where they, you know, everybody's living in poverty. And obviously they they cull and sacrifice a bunch of kids every year, blah blah blah. But you can look at that and go, yeah, and some of the problems, some of the big problems like the homelessness and stuff are essentially handled the exact same way that they're handled in our current society, which is just not handled.
Yes.
And while having the means to handle
more than the means to handle them, they're just not handled.
Yeah. So they're getting ready to go on the Victor's Tour, which is where they've won the games. They're going to go around to each district and you know, give a little speech and have a dinner and celebrate, blah blah blah. And before they leave, there's just a little moment where she's talking to Gail's mom, Hazel, and this is something we mentioned in the first one, that food is a really big focus that doesn't really translate as much in the movie, but because all of the people in District 12 are so food insecure and so hungry all the time that any chance they have to eat food is like this big thing, and it's like a big focus to them, and we talked about that in the first one. But Hazel says to her as she's going out on the tour, enjoy the food, and Katniss responds, absolutely. Like, despite she doesn't want to go on this tour, she hates everything about it, everything it stands for, everything the Capitol stands for, what they're making her do. But still, there's going to be some dope food, there's going to be so much food, and I'm going to eat all of it. Which, again, I like that kind of little detail in the world, not even the world building, but just realizing sort of the situation that all of these people exist in. I
mean, I think you're right. I think it is an important part of world building.
Yeah.
Of understanding what life is like in District 12.
Yeah. So she's out in the movie. She's out across the fence, and I don't remember if she is because I think she only goes over the fence once I don't recall. Doesn't really matter. She comes home, and there's this moment where the president's there waiting for her, and she comes in, and her mom's like, "There's a visitor for you in the study or whatever." And she goes in, and she has this big, you know, conversation with President Snow, and he kind of lays out the ground rules. And in the movie, they have this line about how let's not lie to each other. And I think there's a similar line in the book. But one of the things that Katniss, and I don't remember if she says this out loud or if this is an inner monologue line.
I think this was an inner monologue.
I think it is. But she says something like, good, I don't do well with ambiguous threats. I like to know the score. And I thought this was a line that to me stuck out going back to, and we didn't discuss it a ton in the main episode. Another reason you should listen to our prequel episodes where we do discuss stuff like that. Or, well, in this instance was the place where we discussed something like this. Is the the characterization of Katniss as autistic. And I thought this line about how she's like, you know, she doesn't like ambiguity when she's talking to somebody. She says what she means. She likes when people say what they mean. Yeah. And she doesn't like this ambiguity and trying to like playing these weird word games and like
and like trying to like read between the lines and figure out what people are actually
what their actual
saying.
Motivations are, what they're actually saying. She just wants it spelled out, and that comes across all the time in the way Katniss speaks and how she handles people. And I again, it was a little detail.
And then too, how we can see that she is often like frustrated at not understanding people's motivations.
Yes, which is a big part of ultimately sort of her arc over the course of the book series of the series. And in this book is being left in the dark, not knowing what other people, what their motivations are, what their goals are. And sometimes that's because she doesn't like pick it up and figure it out, but other times it's because she's intentionally left in the dark. to where it's not like it's not a thing where she's just not like figuring it out. It's more so that just people are intentionally not telling her things. And then the final little detail I had of this scene that I wanted to discuss, or not the final one, but another big detail that I was really hoping the movie was going to do, because this is a little detail in the book that's such a great little brilliant like classic cinematic storytelling moment that the movie just skipped, is that when she goes, the president's sitting in their study, it's like at a big desk, and she walks in and sits, he gestures to one of the chairs across from him, and she sits down in it, and the book points out that as she's sitting there, she's sitting in this tall chair, and it's too tall for her, and her feet don't quite touch the ground, so just her toes are kind of dangling, touching the ground, and it immediately establishes this power dynamic.
Right. When we've already established a power dynamic with the desk.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
But then we add that extra layer to it with not having her feet reach the ground. And let me just say that as someone whose feet often do not touch the ground, because I am fairly short, that does put you on edge.
Yeah, and I thought it was very striking visual imagery, and I was surprised that the movie didn't do it, because it's such a simple little thing.
I wonder how tall Jennifer Lawrence
I guess
is.
that too is that Jennifer Lawrence I don't think is particularly short. Although to be fair, I don't know if Katniss is supposed to be particularly short for
I
a
don't
woman.
know
I think
either.
it's just, although she probably would be relatively short because they all are kind of underfed and stuff like that.
According to the internet, Jennifer Lawrence is 5'9". She's fairly tall.
Fairly tall. And so that's, I get probably a little bit of it is that she just doesn't pull off short well. But again, I also don't even know how short Katniss is supposed to be. I think it's more just the implication of like this chair. And again, it's the chair in her house. It's not like he brought the chair or whatever, but it's still, I liked it visually, and I was disappointed the movie didn't do it.
Another thing that I liked in this scene that it was just something that wasn't going to come across in the movie no matter what.
Because this also, this is one of those moments that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. And I was like, they're not going to be able to do this in the movie.
There's this detail where Katniss, as she's talking to Snow, notices that he smells like roses and blood.
Yes.
Which is such a creepy little detail.
Yes.
And there's just no way to do that in a movie. We don't have smell-o-vision yet.
And we don't have, and as we've mentioned, we don't have a Katniss voiceover, like inner monologue running. So there's really no way to do it. The movie tries to allude to it later.
Well, they have him hand her a rose.
Yes, which is the rose part,
And then later on, they try to allude to it.
But it doesn't really make sense, and we'll talk about it.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later. You and I felt differently about that.
Well, maybe we did. I don't know. I just thought it. I'm not sure it made any sense. But I also had that same note about the smells like roses and blood, because it is one of those lines that's just like, oh God, it's terrifying. Another thing that I thought was really interesting, and I looked out for this in the movie, and not that they would be able to express Katniss's half of this, but just to see if the president did this, is that he rubs a spot over his left eye. It's mentioned in the book. And Katniss notes that that's a place where she gets like headaches, the same place where like she gets headaches. And I thought it was interesting that it's implying this sort of, I think what it's going for by telling us, oh, he has his headache in the same place that she gets headaches. I think what we're supposed to get out of that is to see sort of a similarity between them. And I think the specific similarity we're supposed to see is this similarity in their practicality and the way they deal with problems. In the sense of like, I think Snow is supposed to be a very cold, calculating sort of villain, obviously, who is doing what he can to keep power in the most sort of rational, cold-hearted way that he can do so. I think ultimately the story kind of belies that that's not the case, that he's in fact more emotionally invested than, because his ego and his desire for his desire for his own image to be not tainted by Katniss and what happened in the games is kind of what becomes his downfall. And I think ultimately Katniss is more sort of rational and and reasonable than he is. But I think we're supposed to get out of that. They carry this tension because the same tension in the same way because their brains work similarly.
I feel like they have a similar approach.
They're
to
kind of like
problems.
two sides of the same coin, where Katniss's cold, rational motive, like not cold, but like her sort of deep-seated, like rational approach to things is in defense of like helpless people, and like and she goes about, you know, like all of her motivations in helping PETA and wanting to help PETA are all of her actions are motivated in a very specific practical goal towards saving PETA's life, whereas President Snow's is all the same thing towards maintaining his power and hold on
and I
Pan
think
Am.
we could even stretch that further. You said like two sides of the same coin, and I can see that kind of duality in President Snow's needing to answer what he perceives as defiance, and in Katniss's need to always make sure that she repays her debts.
Yeah.
I feel like those are really similarly like two sides of the same coin.
I agree. I think, like I said, that very distinct line, I think, is really supposed to drive home that this is to make that similarity between them very clear and drive that home to the reader. And I was hoping, and not that it would really matter, because again, we wouldn't be able to get Katniss's sort of internal monologue being like, oh, I also get headaches in the same place. But even just a reference to it for book readers, I thought might have been interesting. But it's also such a small detail that I'm not sure as a kid reading this, I never would have, you know, sussed that meaning out of this. So it's not like I would have cared watching this movie when I was, you know, a teenager or whatever. But anyways, I liked it. I wished it had been in the book. That's fine. And then Katniss also mentions that the only thing she likes about winning the games is that everybody in the district got a bunch of food.
Yeah, I thought that I kind of wish we would have seen a parcel day.
Yeah,
in the movie.
Some sort of allusion to the fact that the district, after her winning, did, you know, get this sort of bounty, but that it ultimately amounts to nothing. That it's because it, you know, it helps for a while, but it's not. But it is the only thing she actually likes about winning the games. So we find out in this conversation with President Snow, both in the book and in the movie, although we see it in the movie happen before this, we find out in this moment in the book that her and Gale kissed, and she has this flashback to this moment.
I feel like we should be more specific. Gale kisses her.
Gale kissed her, yes. And she's discussing in this moment, she has this flashback, and she thinks about how she doesn't know how she felt about this. She's trying to figure out how she felt about this. And again, because we don't get Katniss's inner monologue, it's not something we can really get in the book or in the movie, unless she were to like have that conversation with somebody, which is also would go against her character.
Yeah, that would be very uncharacteristic.
It's one of the things that is very
her.
tough about portraying Katniss in a movie is that, yes, in order for us to get these character moments that are really interesting, without a voiceover, she'd have to talk to somebody.
But
and
she
that
never
goes,
would.
yes, but
she
wouldn't.
Never in a million years would.
She wouldn't. So then it's like you just can't do it.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about that later. It's one of my ultimate criticisms of the films. And it is a tough dilemma for the filmmakers because it's like, how do you do that? And I think the way to do it, and we talked about it last time, is just to do a voice. Like I think the movie probably would just benefit and be a more complete thing if it had some sort of voiceover or something. We've talked many times in the past on episodes about why movies try to avoid that. It is often seen as sort of hack and meh. But I think in some instances it can work. And I think in this instance, it's like the only thing that can give you a real characterization of Katniss, probably.
Yeah. And I mean, I mentioned her inner monologue earlier. I liked these musings. One of the other readings of Katniss that we talked about in our last prequel episode was the reading of her as Ace. And
for people, in case you don't, Ace stands for asexual. And you can do your own reading into that if you need to look up. So that's one of the popular readings. We discussed it at length, and Shelby wrote a great comment about it in our last prequel episode, discussing the reading of Katniss as Ace. So go check out that prequel episode if you want to hear us talk more about it.
And I think there was a lot in this book that both like supports and complicates that reading.
Yeah, I agree.
And like this particular moment with her thinking about this, how about Gail kissing her and not really knowing how she feels about it, I think is a great addition not only to that conversation, but I think it also, at the very least, feels very true just to like being young and not understanding your own feelings.
Yeah.
You know, like there was this, she has this line about she thinks back to all the time she kissed PETA
Right.
in the first Hunger Games, and she's like, well, I still haven't figured out if any of those counted.
Yeah.
Which is like a thing that I remember thinking to myself as a young person.
Yeah.
Like, did that count?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. And I could see it even being because, and I don't know if this is what you're referring to, but for like, because you were in theater, I don't know if that, like, that's
I mean,
another,
that is a
and
thing.
she's essentially
like,
doing theater.
She's on a very large, very dangerous stage.
Yeah.
And yeah, it does get confusing, and it's tough to figure out, like, was that one different? That one felt a little different. But I'm not sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It's disappointing. We'll talk about it more later because it comes back over and over again. Being able to hear what read what she's feeling, and it's tough that the movie can't do that.
So speaking of this kiss, in the movie, President Snow has footage of her and Gale kissing.
Yes,
that he has like a little like hologram thing.
Yeah.
Like a Star Wars hologram thing.
Yeah, it's like a hologram.
Then he shows her like, oh, I know that you guys kissed. Here's this footage of you kissing. And I guess it's a concise way to get that across, but I didn't like it. It felt off to me.
I didn't like it either because not that I thought it was bad. I thought it made sense for the movie. I just like the way it's done so much better in the book, specifically because of what else occurs in the moment. So in the book, as he's leaving, he leans to her and whispers in her ear that he knows about the kiss, because she thinks that, like, he's alluding to the idea that he knows that Gail's not her cousin and that there's more going on there. And she's like, oh my God. Well, she's like, well, we've been so, like, nothing's happened. And she goes, oh, there was that one time we kissed. And she thinks about it, and we see her go through it. And she wonders if there were cameras. She thinks to herself, like, there could be cameras everywhere. There's cameras everywhere in the games, like in trees.
Yeah.
There could have been a camera. And so she thinks that. And so I think that's what the movie's doing. And I think it works because, again, showing us that. But you could still do the version in the book, and it's so much better. But they couldn't do the blood part. And the thing that about this moment in the book that I love and made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up is she realizes he smells like blood, but she doesn't know why the whole time. She's like, what?
Yeah.
Like, she sees the rose. He has a rose in his lapel, and she's like, okay, so that's the rose, but why does he smell like blood? And as he's leaving, he leans into her ear and whispers, I know about the kiss. And in that moment, not only is that terrifying because she knows he's watching him, that, he always is like surveilling her, and that she has no privacy and that sort of thing. But on top of that, in that moment, she realizes that the smell of blood was on his breath. Yeah. And that is horrifying and such a great moment in the book. And it was disappointing that the movie couldn't do that. But again, they couldn't. I don't know how they would do that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like how they would have the realization of the blood being on his breath, something that we as the audience learn when she learns it, unless we hear her thoughts. Right. You know what I mean?
A thing that I liked about the way that it was done in the book, and semi-important to note here, is that in the book, this kiss happened like weeks ago.
Yeah. In the movie, it happens
immediately before she goes into her house. But one of the things that I liked in the book was her uncertainty about, like, well, maybe somebody is informing on me. Yeah. Like somebody who is part of my community. Right. And who do I trust?
Yeah, she doesn't know if it's a camera, if somebody's spying on her. She has no idea. Yeah. And it just adds to the paranoia of her not knowing what's going on. And it is really interesting. One of the things we talked a little bit about in the first episode was Katniss's anger at her mother and how her mother handled her dad dying. And we even talked about how there's a line in the first book about how Katniss says something about, like, her mom clearly fell into depression. And there's a line in the book about how Katniss says, like, oh, some people say it's a sickness or something, but we don't have time for sickness or something like that. And I thought it was really interesting that in this book, Suzanne Collins goes out of her way, I think, to make it clear that she's not, like, belittling or
Yeah.
sort of dismissing the struggle of depression.
Yeah, and I almost wonder if that was a response to criticism.
It does feel a little bit like a response to criticism, because this is what we get, and we don't get this in the movie, and that's why I wanted to mention it here. But there's this little passage in the book where she says, since I've been home, I've been trying hard to mend my relationship with my mother, asking her to do things for me instead of brushing aside any offer of help, as I did for years out of anger, letting her handle all the money I won, returning her hugs instead of tolerating them. My time in the arena made me realize how I needed to stop punishing her for something she couldn't help, specifically the crushing depression she fell into after my father's death, because sometimes things happen to people and they're not equipped to deal with them, like me, for instance, right now.
Yeah.
And I thought that it's such an on the nose addressal of
Yes.
of a thing we discussed at length, or not at length, but that we discussed in that last episode. And we even talked about, like, do they have the word depression? Surely they know what depression is. And clearly now in this one, she uses the word depression here to describe what her mom went through. And so, yeah, I appreciated that the book did sort of come back to that and have Katniss grow on that topic. But also it does feel like an externally, like, sort of an external addressing of probably some criticism that she received from the first book, maybe. Or maybe that she just thought about and was like, that didn't come across the way I wanted it to. Wanted to make it clear here.
So ultimately, this next thing that I'm going to bring up doesn't really matter because the story just plays out differently. And I'm putting this here because we just don't really spend any time on it in the movie, but I did want to bring it up because Katniss does eventually realize that in these upcoming Hunger Games, she'll have to be a mentor.
Yeah.
Which in the past was something that was only done by Haymitch because he was the only District 12 victor.
Yeah.
But she realizes, like, oh shit, I'm gonna have to mentor somebody.
Yeah.
In these upcoming games. And like I said, ultimately it doesn't matter because the story plays out completely differently. But I think a version of this book where Katniss doesn't go back to the arena and instead has to mentor two kids that she knows would be really interesting.
Yes, I think it would be. It would be super fascinating. I agree, because I think her personality dealing with that would be really interesting. And obviously we don't get that because spoilers, there are no games in the third.
Right.
In the third book. The games are over, by the way, in case you weren't aware. We don't get Hunger Games we don't get the 76th annual Hunger Games. Well, not least in the sense that we traditionally get them. We just get a giant war. But yeah, I do from my memory. But I agree. I think that would have been a really interesting direction
I think it would have
it.
been an interesting direction. And I also think that would have been an equally, maybe if not more effective way to radicalize Katniss.
Yeah. No, 100%. Yeah, I do agree that it probably would have made her more, it would have given her a more direct line to wanting to become part of the rebellion. Now she does pretty, and that's also a thing that the movie doesn't allude to. And I don't really have a specific note about it, but she is not like, it's complicated because she's thrust into this figurehead of the rebellion sort of position unwantingly. It's not something she, was trying to do or wants to be. But that being said, she's not necessarily, and at times throughout the book, she does voice sort of revolutionary, like tendencies, and is on board with the idea. Like, in fact, at times she's trying to convince Haymitch, like, she talks to him about, like, could we do this in District 12? There are revolutions happening in other places. Could we do this here? And he's like talking her out of it, kind of thing. And we'll get into why later. But like But yeah, I do think that angle of her being a mentor would have been a really interesting way to take it and have her sort of become radicalized as opposed to going back into the arena. I get why she went the angle she did.
Yeah.
And I think it works really well. I think it's really interesting as well because of some of the wider, like, political implications that we get with, like, the old victors going back into the arena and what that means to the people of Panem and specifically the people of the capital. I think that's a really interesting discussion to have. And I like that she does that. So I get why she did it. But yeah, could have been cool. I wanted to talk about the we mentioned him in the first movie or in the first episode that the makeup team, like the only person of Katniss's prep crew that we really get any time with in the movies is Cinna, which he's the most important one. He's like her best friend among anybody from the Capitol, and she's, you know, she likes him a lot. He's like a very close confidant. But she has these other people who do like her makeup and hair and stuff. Flavius,
Portia is
Peta's designer.
Yeah, it's
Peta's
Flavius
Cinna.
and
Octavia,
Octavia
and something else that I can't
somebody
recall.
whose name starts with a V.
Vinya or something like that.
Something like that.
And she has this moment, and this is something we talked about in the first book, which I thought was really interesting. She has this moment where she realizes when she's talking to them that there but for the grace of God go I, and it's when she realizes how actually like kind they are. And it happens numerous times throughout this book, and we don't get any of it in the movie, really. I think we get one moment of them sad in the movie from my memory, but not in the same way. But there's this moment where they're prepping her, and I believe this is for the tour, or
it's where they come and film them in District 12 initially.
Yes.
Like to kick off the tour.
Yeah. And my mother comes in somewhat shyly and says that Cinna has asked her to show the preps how she did my hair the day of the reaping. They respond with enthusiasm and then watch, thoroughly engrossed, as she breaks down the process of the elaborate braided hairdo. In the mirror, I can see their earnest faces following her every move, their eagerness when it is their turn to try a step. In fact, all three are so readily respectful and nice to my mother that I feel bad about how I go around feeling so superior to them. Who knows who I would be or what I would talk about if I had been raised in the Capitol. Maybe my biggest regret would be having feathered costumes at my birthday party too. And I think, again, another moment where it's a thing we talked about a lot in the first episode of Suzanne Collins going out of her way to make it clear that it's not necessarily that everybody in the Capitol is just evil, and that is we're all products of our environment to some extent, and that the people in the Capitol are victims in their own way. While obviously
the
not
system, not necessarily the individuals.
Yeah, and I thought that little scene I really enjoyed, and we don't get it in the book or the movie rather. So one of the other things we find out in the book that is not at all mentioned in the movie is that all the victors have to have like a talent. Yeah. They're like required by the Capitol to like cultivate a talent like after they become victors. And I thought it was really weird. And it's one of the, I say really weird, but it's one of those things where even the Capitol is like, you know, controlling the hobbies of the victors. Even after they win the games, their lives aren't their own. Their hobbies or something they have to do for the benefit of the Capitol. I thought it was really interesting.
And it's kind of funny to me too, because the talent, quote unquote, that Katniss chooses is fashion design. Yeah. Which is actually,
she doesn't choose a talent. But
Cinna's
like, here, I'll make dresses for you,
Yeah.
and you can say that's your talent.
But then later on, we see that she has an obvious interest in like plants and native fauna. But I guess maybe her talent needs to be like more frivolous and non-threatening.
Yeah, I agree. It's a weird thing. It's just kind of interesting.
And it is interesting too, because we never really find out like what that's for. Like, is it just something that they catch up with them every now and then so they can be like, what have you been making?
Up to? Yeah. That's probably what it is. They just need something to show off when they interview them every year or whatever. Yeah. It's just, I thought it was interesting. So one of the things, and the movie does give us a little bit of quite a fair bit of the representation of Katniss's PTSD that she's dealing with from being in the games. One of the moments in the book that's not in the movie is that when she sees Prim in one moment early in the book, she has like a PTSD flashback and sees Rue in Prim and like kind of breaks down a little bit and has to like gather herself. And I like that moment. I will say that the movie does, and I thought this was at least a nice nod to it, during her speech in District 11 on the Victory Tour, she does mention that she sees Rue in her sister Prim, which I think is a reference to this moment specifically, because it's not something from my memory that she says in her speech. Yeah, in the book,
I don't think so.
So I think it's an allusion to this moment, and I have a note about how they represent her PTSD flashback later that I really like. in the movie, a thing they do, which is not in the book. So it kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other. I just thought it was a nice moment, or not nice. I thought it was a striking moment that helps set up stuff that happens later in the series, and sort of reminding us of Katniss's attachment to both Rue and Prim, and how she is a defender of helpless things, or not that they're helpless, but
Yeah. So there's a scene, a little brief moment, when Katniss and Peeta, who have been kind of formal and stiff with each other up to this moment.
Yes.
When they first get on camera and they like fall and kiss in the snow. And I just liked that scene better in the book. In the movie, what we get is like she like slips and falls and they like turn it into a thing, which is fine. But in the book, what we get is Katniss like really giving it her all, and like throwing herself at Peeta. And I liked the idea that she's really like, okay, I'm gonna do this.
Well, and we haven't mentioned it because we're going to discuss this in later segments. But during the conversation with President Snow, one of the big takeaway was, you have to convince me and everybody that you guys are actually in love, and that this wasn't your whole Barry's thing wasn't an act of rebellion, but it was in fact an act of young, dumb, like blind love, and that so convince us you're desperately in love with Peeta, and that's why you did this, not because you wanted to stick it to the Capitol, and that's so she's going out of her way to put on this act, and in the movie they turn it into an accident that becomes that, but yeah. One of the things she's thinking about, because she has to put on this act for the Capitol, is that she may be forced to have kids. And we talked about in the first episode that that's not something she ever wanted to do.
Yeah, she didn't want
to
get
numerous
married,
reasons. One, she
kids.
didn't really seem to have any desire to have kids. But on top of that, because of the games and because of the Capitol, she has no desire to birth children into this world. And she's thinking that the Capitol may literally force her to have a kid to keep this illusion going on. And also, there's this little aside that she has that the children of victors are not exempt from the reaping, and in fact it seems to her from the number of victors' children who end up in the Hunger Games that is in fact maybe rigged to put the victors' children into the Hunger Games. And I thought that was another little sort of detail elaborating on the Capitol's cruelty.
That, like, it happens too often for it to really seem like chance.
Like, it seems like it happens an awful lot. And I thought that was another, again, it's a little detail that adds to the overall overarching authoritarian cruelty of the Capitol and the regime in power in Panem. And I was a little disappointed there wasn't anything like it in the movie. A little detail, but I thought it was really interesting. It's a little commentary on sexism, is that when they're going through all the prep for the victory tour, Katniss remarks that she has to get every inch of her waxed and preened and pruned, and that Peeta's prep takes like an hour and hers is like an all-day event, and that so clearly the men don't go through nearly this sort of prep that the women have to because of societal standards of the beauty expected of women and that sort of thing, which I thought was interesting. But there is a little aside that I thought was funny, is that they apparently stopped the boys from growing beards in the arena somehow.
Yeah, they like do something.
Maybe so like some sort of laser, because I think laser hair thing like works for like a month, it has an extended period of time. You get the laser zaps and then you don't grow hair for a while.
Yeah.
And so they do something like that to the men so that they don't grow beards in the arena, which is just a weird.
Well, I think the implication of that is really interesting, because what could that possibly be for if not to make sure they look youthful?
Young. Yeah. Because and which
don't
is
like come out looking like men.
Which is so wild, because you would think that it's almost goes counter to. You think that would in fact like harbor and create more resentment amongst sort of the citizens of Panem that the contestants are very clearly children, whereas if they did have beards, like if the boys did have beards or whatever and looked more manly, for lack of a better term, that it would be easier for the citizens of Panem to like justify it in their heads, you know what I mean, and so it's almost this weird, but it is just one of those. I think ultimately what we're supposed to get out of it is just one more of those. One, they would want him to look young as a reminder that we can kill your children.
Yeah.
But also just another element of control that the Capitol is exercising.
I think there's an element of control, and I think there's also potentially some commentary on the way that our culture really worships youth.
Yeah, that's fair. I also think that you could even tie in potentially, I mean, maybe not, but like you're not allowed to grow a beard in the military.
Yeah.
Or at least depending on, I don't know if that's universally true, but like in general, you have to be completely clean shaven.
Yeah, there are a lot of rules about
the boys we send to die in the military have to be clean shaven when they do it. Now, again, that's not entirely true all the time. I think there are exceptions to that to some extent. And maybe actually even in the field, you're allowed to grow a beard, I think. I don't know. But like generally, you know, like when you're in your dress military uniform, you have to be clean shaven. I'm sure somebody is a military person who knows actually the rules to that. You feel free to comment and explain the rules, but I don't think I'm entirely wrong about that.
No, I think that's a good kind of analog to it.
Yeah. There's a little moment in the book, and we get something like it in the movie, where Katniss is flippant, is frustrated at everything going on, and she's like flippant and kind of yells and snaps at Effie. In the book, she says, "Nobody cares, Effie," and even Haymitch is taken aback at her like this outburst at Effie, and she says something. She snaps at her with a different line in the movie, and I was hoping we were going to get the apology scene, because in the book, she goes back and she apologizes to Effie for snapping, because she realizes right after, she's like, Effie didn't deserve that. She wasn't, you know, that was my frustration and stuff. But I really wanted to see, there's a line in the book talking about when she goes and apologizes to Effie, that Effie then goes on and on, spends like 5 minutes going on about how someone has to attend to the schedule, because that's what she's angry about, how Effie's going through their schedule and is like, oh, and then at 8 a.m. we got to do this and da-da-da. And I really wanted to see Elizabeth Banks's Effie, you know, railing on about like passive aggressively about how somebody needs to attend to the schedule, and like, you know, I thought that would have been fun.
I think an apology scene would have been fun. Because of Elizabeth Banks primarily, but also because it's mentioned like a couple times throughout the book that they lay it on really thick with Effie. Yeah. Like they make it really good when they're apologizing to her.
Yeah. So after that, and we get this conversation happens, this exact train conversation happens in the book and the movie. After she snaps at Effie, she goes and storms off into the train, and then Peeta shows up and they have a conversation and kind of talk for a few minutes. And in the book, Peeta explicitly apologizes for like sort of springing the relationship on her and putting this whole thing on her. And then like
trying to hold her to it.
And then like holding her to that relationship and not like sort of accepting her agency in the whole situation, which I thought was really sweet and a really nice scene. And the movie kind of gets around it, but I felt like the scene didn't read the exact same to me, and I didn't feel like it had the full apology from Peeta and acknowledgement of her agency that the book had.
I think there were some things that scene got right, which we'll talk about. Yeah. But I don't think it quite nailed what the book did.
Yeah. Another thing we find out while they're on the train when she goes to Peeta's room at one point is that we know he likes painting, he likes art because he decorates the cakes, he does camouflage, but he also now his hobby that he's taken up is painting for the Capitol, and he paints the games. He's been painting scenes from their games and stuff like that.
Primarily Katniss.
Yes, primarily Katniss, but some of them are more sort of ambiguous, and you wouldn't know that it was like a reference to the Hunger Games. Yeah. But other ones are very specifically moments from the Hunger Games, and I thought it would have been really cool to see that. I was disappointed that we don't get any look at that. I mean, we kind of do in the movie. We'll talk about it later. But
I was hoping that we would get at least a quick look at like, these are all my paintings or something. Or maybe he could have flipped through a sketchbook or something like in Titanic. I don't know.
Yeah. When they get to District 11, which is the first district on their victory tour, this is Thresh and Rue's district, there's a comment, and I thought this was really interesting because it kind of gets into the world building a little bit, and one of the things we talked about that was disappointing is that like the first book none of the books have a map, so we don't know like where the districts are,
Suzanne Collins,
how big the districts are, anything of that. We don't get any of that in the books, and but there's a comment in this book about how District 11 is so big that when they watch the reaping on TV, that, you know, they see like the square similar to their square and that has, you know, like 1,000 people in it. And surely that's not all of the people that live in the district that are eligible for the reaping. So they must have preliminary reapings that then, you know,
and they pull
everybody down into the final one. And I thought that was really interesting. Again, sort of little world building bit about the idea of having these preliminary reapings and the toll that would play on people. I thought it was, again, little detail, interesting.
We do. This book also kind of alludes to the fact that District 11 might be somewhere in the south.
Yes.
Because she mentions that, like, it's winter in District 12, and we know they're in Appalachia, in the mountains. And then when they get into District 11, it's like hot. It's very balmy.
District 11 is very clearly supposed to be like the American South-ish. Yeah, for sure. Like southern Midwest South, kind of like Georgia, Alabama.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, we know it's big, so it could be, I mean, who knows how much of a swath of
and
the
it's
country
also,
it is.
I think it's also supposed to be regions that are historically have large black populations.
Yes, absolutely.
Because the population of District 11 is largely black. So
one thing that we get in the book that was not in the movie was Katniss on the tour is always dolled up to look very young and innocent.
Yeah.
Like very girlish, very young. They put her in like pastels and ribbons.
Once again, keeping up the idea of
keeping up this illusion that Cinna has this like storytelling strategy of like, you're young, you're youthful, you're innocent, you're
love,
not a threat.
You're blinded by love.
Yeah.
You're, you know, and that's why you did what you did.
And I get the movie using dark, somber colors on her for the visual effect.
Yeah.
But I didn't like that we dropped that storytelling strategy from the book.
Yeah, I yes, because we get a montage of them going to each district, and and she's
usually in like blacks and grays,
and blues, dark blues.
Yeah, and she wears
stuff.
a lot of like leggings and tunic kind of looks.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I thought it was a missed opportunity that I think ties into, and especially because, and we'll talk about it. There's a specific scene later where that's alluded to. Mm-hmm. And it falls a little bit flat because we didn't get that in the movie. But yeah, we'll talk about it. I thought it was really interesting that Katniss learns for the first time the name of one of the people she killed in the first.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure I could be wrong, but I think she killed Marvel.
Yeah, this is the kid that she shoots with an arrow after. Right before Rue dies, I guess.
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah, it is. It was okay. It was Marvel that killed Rue.
The District 1.
Okay.
Kid.
Yeah, and so the parents of the champions from each district who died in the reapings are there like on a special platform or whatever, and they have to the Peeta and Katniss have to kind of sit in front of them and address them and give a speech to them. And yeah, I thought it was just an interesting detail that she didn't even know Marvel's name.
Yeah.
Until now, she finds out at this victory tour. It's a little detail, but I think I liked it, and I was disappointed that it was not in the movie.
She probably would have just judged his name if she'd known it. She judges Glimmer's name.
Yeah,
she's like, ugh.
Yeah,
these names are all so dumb.
They're
You're
so
named
dumb.
after a root. Katniss.
Yeah, right. Your name is Katniss. So the proposal scene is this big moment in the book that is the last-ditch effort to sort of placate Snow and the Capitol and make it clear that they're doing what, you know,
they're doing everything
they can to sort of appease the Capitol. And they have this big dramatic proposal scene. It's at they're on like it's when they arrive at the Capitol and they have like a big like TV show interview thing. And the president's there and they propose in front of the president, in front of everybody. And in the movie, we just get it as like a news recap.
Yeah,
like what's his name?
Caesar Flickerman.
Caesar is like, oh, look at this. They got engaged. And we just kind of see it in the background or whatever.
I was like genuinely baffled with the movie's decision to not show us the proposal in real time.
Yeah.
That seems like a no-brainer to me.
It was very interesting. I was surprised they didn't do that. And then, so the moment where Katniss realizes that the charade has not worked is right after, in the book, is right after that proposal. They do this big proposal. You know, everybody's there, blah, blah, blah. They've done with the whole tour, and the tour has had its ups and downs in terms of how effective their charade has been, and they're not sure, and they get there and they do this big proposal, and the president comes over right after the proposal to congratulate them, and Katniss just looks at him and gives him a look, and he very subtly, looking at her, just shakes his head, and she knows
Yeah.
it wasn't
didn't
enough.
work.
It didn't, I didn't convince him. And in the movie, they changed that to when they arrive at the big party, which is the party's like the next scene after the proposal in the book. And which is kind of what it is in the movie. But they arrive at this big party, and when she's there, she sees the president up on like this
Yeah. And he like
on the
toasts
balcony
to them.
and he toasts to them, and then he like very clearly shakes his head no at her.
Yeah.
And it didn't feel the same. Like there's this moment of, because he's so close to her and he's congratulating her so personally in the book, and then he like very like the dread that fills her after she realizes it hasn't worked is so much more palpable in the book than it is in the movie.
Yeah.
And I just found that whole the proposal and President Snow's sort of dismissal and acknowledgement that no, you're dead, was way more effective in the book than it was in the movie to me. Also, this is the scene we were talking about where he's drinking blood.
Okay.
Right?
I don't think it was supposed to be literal blood.
Well, I don't think so either. Okay, so
I interpret it. So what happens is he raises his glass of champagne.
and it's clearly champagne.
And it's
we
clearly
can see that it's
champagne,
champagne, or it's
and-
yellowy liquid.
And then he tips it back, and then it looks red.
And then it cuts to a side shot, and it looks red, and it could very clearly have been like a light shining through it.
And I do think that is what it's supposed to be, like a
Okay.
reflection from the light, or maybe the fireworks that are going off or something.
Yeah.
I liked it as a little nod to earlier, like the scene of her smelling, like thinking she smells
Right.
blood on his breath. Because in that scene, she also has this like horrifying moment where she imagines that the teacup he was drinking out of was
blood,
actually full of blood. So I liked it as a little nod to that.
I didn't like it because I found it confusing. Of like, because I know that his breath smells like blood, I'm like, okay, well, but is he supposed to be drinking? But I can see it's not blood, so it's clearly the light doing that. But it's, I mean, I guess I get it. Like, I get it as a little visual nod for book readers.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I just found it, I don't know, frustrating because I was disappointed that the whole blood scene wasn't in the first. Like, to me, that nod is not interesting without the bone-chilling, hair-raising whispering in her ear and her smelling blood on his breath. Like, it just doesn't do anything for me, and I just found it a little like, okay, but like,
It's
but it's
definitely not as effective.
Yeah, and
but I didn't mind it.
I get it as an Easter egg, but at the same time, I just found it meh. I don't know. It didn't do much for me, but I get what you're saying. I think if I had approached it differently, I might have like enjoyed it as an Easter egg, but it was colored by my disappointment in that not being part of the earlier scene. So this is a scene that actually happens in the movie when they're at the party. There's food everywhere. There's just tons and tons of food. And one thing that I thought was really interesting that the book didn't mention, or the movie didn't do, is that now Katniss knows it's all over. Things are screwed. And when she gets into this party and there's this, this hall full of like food as far as the eye can see, she becomes voraciously hungry and wants to eat everything in the room. And we get all these descriptions of food. And I thought that was a really interesting. I like that Katniss, again, this gets back to world building characterization of people who are, food insecure. She's gone into fight or flight mode at this moment because she knows all is lost. It's fight or flight. And so her body immediately goes, you need to carbo load. Like you need calories. And she gets in this room and just starts eating everything.
Yeah.
And I like that moment in the book a lot. We don't get it all in the movie. But another thing that happens in this scene is that because there's so much food, and this is an allusion to an old like Greek or Roman thing, which is like dubious whether or not it was a thing that actually happened, which is vomitoriums. This idea that people at elegant parties would stuff themselves full and then go throw up in a special room, and then so they could come back and eat everything else, keep eating. And we get in the movie, in the book, they have these special drinks that are essentially like Ipecac or something that makes you throw up. And the scene,
I just imagine drinking a little champagne glass of Ipecac.
Yeah.
Nasty.
And the scene is both in both the movie and the book, and we get like Peeta, they hand Peeta a glass because he's like, man, there's so much food, and they're like, oh yeah, drink this, and then you can keep eating. And they explain that it'll make you throw up. And in the movie, he's just like, I think I'm going to go dance. And he hands it back to him. And in the book, there's this very comical like imagery of they say that. And then he like takes it.
He's like about to drink it.
He's like about to drink it. And they say that. And he goes, oh, and he stops. And he like very carefully like sets it on the table,
like
and
it's a live
like it's a
bomb.
bomb, yeah. And I really wanted to see. I thought Josh Hutcherson would do that really well. Like that seems like the kind of like sort of physical comedy that he'd be really good at. And so I really wanted to see that moment in the movie. And I was disappointed that they at least included it. But like, why would you not do the like? Okay, I'm just gonna set that down. Like it was very funny in my head, and the movie version is not particularly funny.
So in both the book and the movie, Katniss at this party dances with Plutarch Heavensby.
Yes.
Which is, one, a hell of a name.
Great name.
And two, the game maker who has taken over for the ill-fated Seneca Crane.
Yes.
From the first book and movie. Well, I guess just from the first movie, because we don't actually know him in the book.
Yeah.
And he has in the book a pocket watch, which he reveals to Katniss has a Mockingjay on it.
Yeah, but like it's like flashes.
Yeah.
It's not like just it's like something he rubs his finger over it and it like and then goes away.
And we don't get that in the movie. He doesn't do that.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I don't necessarily hate that that's not in the movie.
So originally I was disappointed that it wasn't in the movie, but the more I thought about it, and especially with the way the movie goes about it, and I don't want to cut you off, but I will say that I originally agreed. I originally was disappointed it wasn't in the movie, but on thinking about it, I think I agree with the movie's decision to leave it out. But sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, because because you mentioned here that you think it would have been too obvious.
Yeah, so that was initially I was like, oh, it's disappointing that they didn't put that in because it's like a fun little thing. But to me, I think it would be too obvious that he's clearly part of the resistance because, but only in the movie. In the book, I think it works because the Mockingjay, while we do find out it is part, I think it works better in the book than it would in the movie. In the movie, we routinely and only see the Mockingjay in the
as in reference
to the revolution,
yeah.
in reference to the rebellion, and so I think it would be too much of a tip off to Katniss that he was. Or not to Katniss.
Agent.
It would be too much of a tip off to the audience that he was a double agent. That he was, working for the rebellion.
I agree with that, and I do think. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it just works better in the book because, for one, we've seen that in the Capitol, the Mockingjay is like the hot new accessory.
Which is not something we see in the movie.
Which is not something we see in the movie. So I think it makes sense for her to like brush it off in the book and just be like, oh, this guy.
Yeah.
He's got his trendy Mockingjay watch.
Right. I did ultimately think it was a bit daft of her not to put it together eventually. Like, I agree right after it that her, like, not being like, okay, that's... Like, her not realizing that he's, like, a double agent right away makes sense. But I think ultimately, the more and more, especially after the whole encounter that we're going to talk about with Bonnie and Twill in the book, and their little showing her, which happens, like, right after this. They show her the Mockingjay on a piece of bread to indicate that they are part of the rebellion of the revolution. And she realizes that. The fact that she then doesn't, and even going further than that, it keeps happening. Like, she keeps getting reference to the Mockingjay as, like, she keeps seeing the Mockingjay in reference to the revolution. The fact that she never puts together that maybe Plutarch...
But that is something that we've seen that's characteristic of Katniss, though.
I guess that's fair.
Of, like, just not necessarily...
Yeah.
Like connecting those. I don't know. I don't want to say this in a way that's like mean or anything.
No, yeah, I don't think you're being no, but I think because I think it's fair to say that she doesn't. Her brain is not one that is like for. She's very good at in the moment, like moment to moment problem solving and action, and she's not like a schemer. She's
not a big picture puzzle kind of girl,
and that's fair. No, that's totally fair. I think you're right. Yeah, that's totally fair. And so I think that does sort of color my the fact that that does sort of argue against my point of I feel like she would have figured that out. I think you're right that it is maybe uncharacteristic.
I think it's within
of
her character
yeah,
to not put
figure
that
out.
together.
Yeah, that's fair. So it's complicated. I ultimately could go either way on it. I think it. So disregarding whether or not it makes sense for Katniss to have figured it out, I think it would have been too obvious to.
I agree.
To the audience,
yeah,
in the
especially
movie.
since one, we haven't seen that as a trend in the Capitol, and two, we have seen it over and over again on the tour.
Yeah, with the
which
rebellion.
we don't get in the book.
No, yeah, on the tour they don't. She doesn't see a Mockingjay in reference to the rebellion at all until after this encounter with Plutarch. Yeah, I agree. Speaking of, we get when she sees the Mockingjay again, we get the backstory of the Mockingjay again.
Yeah.
Which we got in the first book, but we get it again here. And I was thinking when I read it this time, I was like, actually, in retrospect, I think the movie's decision to wait until the second movie to explain what the Mockingjay is, probably in this moment, makes a lot more sense than explaining it in the first one. Because in the first movie, it's like not really important yet. It's more about the Hunger Games. Like the revolution's not really a thing yet. So like I get waiting I was like, okay, it makes sense that they waited till the second movie to give us this backstory. And then the movie doesn't give us the backstory again?
Yeah.
And my mind was blown that we are now 2/4 through the movies. And we don't know what the heck this Mockingjay is as a movie audience. We don't know what it is. We know it's a symbol of the revolution, but unless I'm losing my mind, they still have not explained.
No, I don't think so.
They may have made a very vague reference to the Mockingjay being like Caesar or something might have alluded to the Mockingjay being but maybe I don't even think that.
No.
I really don't think that again, I could be wrong. I only watched the movie once. I don't think they've mentioned what the heck the Mockingjay is, and that has to be super weird to movie audiences.
So if you have only seen the movies and not read the books, let us know.
Yeah. Again, I could be wrong, and ultimately it's not super important because it gains its own meaning over the course of the movies, and ultimately it serves its own purpose in the movies that is not necessarily like. That doesn't necessarily require the backstory, but I still feel like as an audience member, I would like that backstory if I was a movie watcher. Maybe not, but. So the Bonnie and Twill District 13 subplot is completely cut out of this movie.
This is the biggest thing that gets cut.
This movie's very faithful in general.
Yeah, but this is a pretty big cut.
A huge cut. To be fair, we are getting a 2-part Mockingjay movie. I'm assuming some of this will be covered in Mockingjay Part 1. But it was really interesting to me that they cut all of this out. So after she gets back from the tour and some stuff happens, she decides to go over the fence. She wants to talk to Gale. Mm-hmm. And she leaves this...
she leaves like a trail to
the lake. She's going to bring Gale to the lake. But when she gets there, she finds not Gale, but these two random people. And at first she doesn't know who they are. They're wearing peacekeeper outfits, and she's worried they're peacekeepers. Turns out they're runaways from District 8.
Yes.
And they confront her, and then she's like, and they show her a roll, like a little bread thing that has the Mockingjay on it. And that's what
stamped on it.
Yeah, and that's what triggers her to realize that they're not peacekeepers; they're actually runaways. And they sit and they talk and everything, and they're talking about how the rebellion in District 8, which I believe she's aware of at this point. I can't recall if this, because at one point she goes and we don't have the note here because it's in a later segment. Maybe she doesn't. Oh yeah, no, because it's right after this that she talks about going to Madge's house, I think. So I think this is right before she sees the District 8 rebellion. That doesn't sound right, though.
But I
think she has seen the District 8.
I think she had already seen it, because doesn't she see that while they're at the tour party that's in 12?
No, she sees... Well, yes. When they get back to 12. Yeah. Sorry. When they get back to 12 for the final big party,
Yes,
she
it's
goes
at the
to it's at the mayor's
house.
house, and she's
She
looking for
She
Madge.
goes to find Madge.
And ends up seeing this footage on the mayor's TV or whatever that shows District 8 in open rebellion. And yeah, so it is before this. And so, but they're telling her more about this. They came from District 8. They're talking about how the rebellion was mostly successful at first, but then the Capitol kind of like brought in reinforcements and stamped it down, and they barely escaped and that sort of thing. And we get all this backstory. And the most important part of this is that they set up this idea. They're talking where these two are going is to District 13.
Yes.
This mythical sort
Which
of.
I believe we're initially introduced to the idea of District 13 in the first book.
I don't know if it's in the movie. I don't think it is.
Yeah, but
it is. I think in the video, in the beginning of the first movie, I think he mentions District 13 and destroying it or whatever.
Right, which has been like bombed into oblivion.
Yes.
Or
District
so
13,
they say.
According to the Capitol, District 13, this is why the Hunger Games exist. There was a rebellion 75 years ago. And District 13 led that rebellion, and then they bombed it into wiped it off the map, basically. But they're saying, these Bonnie and Twill are like, no, actually, District 13, there's a secret settlement there. There's people have regained District 13. They're living like in the mines, basically, because it's like a graphite mining area. They like make nuclear. They mine graphite and other stuff to use for like nuclear reactors and stuff. And they're like, we know one of their evidences for knowing that this has happened is that the footage that the Capitol always plays of District 13 is the same clip over and over again.
Yes.
They haven't gone back to film new footage at District 13. They just play the same clip over and over, and they can tell it's the same because there's this mockingjay that flies through the corner of the footage over like every time they see it. The exact same bird in the exact same place. And Katniss isn't sure if she believes this or not, but I thought it was really interesting, and ultimately we find out at the end of this that that's where they're going. That's true. Like this whole rebellion takes place, and when Plutarch and Haymitch get her, they're taking her to District 13 because that's like the headquarters of the rebellion. But I thought, so they set all that up here. It's really interesting to me and my guess is that Mockingjay Part 1 will start with like some sort of, non-Katniss setup. Like they'll start like in District 13 and like we'll just like establish what that is. Yeah. And then we'll like join Katniss there or something.
That makes
you know
sense.
what I mean? Like that would be my guess. What'll happen in Mockingjay Part 1. But anyways, that's where they're going. Katniss kind of teaches them how to survive.
She like gives them a few tips.
Yeah, kind of shows them how to hunt and how to build a fire and stuff. But then she goes back home and the fence is electrified.
Yeah. The fence is live.
Yeah. And she's like, oh shit, how am I going to get back in? And she ends up finding a tree and climbing out to a branch that goes over the fence and dropping down like 20 feet.
Yeah. And luckily there's a snowbank.
But she still like breaks her foot and stuff. And I thought it was really weird that she doesn't try at all to like roll. And I feel like she climbs trees and stuff. And she's very active. I feel like she would know how to like disperse her energy to not just like full on eat it falling out of a tree.
Yeah.
That was really weird. But anyways, it doesn't.
But I was pretty disappointed that wasn't in the movie.
Yeah, her just falling out of a tree. Yeah. And then ultimately she does confirm that the footage of 13 is being reused because she sees.
Yeah, she's able to confirm the Mockingjay footage.
Yeah, and the person in the news report is saying that the mines in District 13 are still too toxic to go near, so we still can't get any graphite, and alluding to the idea that it's not that they're too toxic, it's that they're being held by rebels and that they can't get in there. Yeah. And so it kind of sets all that up. None of that's in this book. Very strange.
No, none of it's
in this movie. Sorry, none of that's in this movie. Very strange. Also not in this movie is the wedding dress photo shoot.
Yeah. We see one wedding dress.
Yeah,
in the movie.
The wedding dress that she ends up with.
But in the book, she has like multiple options of wedding dresses, and they have this whole photo shoot. And there's going to be like a TV show where people can vote for her wedding dress. Yeah. Which is so horrifically like feels accurate to something that could happen in real life.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I think it also goes back into what Shelby talked about with the Ace reading of Katniss is this societally imposed allonormativity of just like, yes, now you get married and now we choose your wedding dress. This is what you do. Go do this thing that society says you do, which is, go be with PETA and make babies. But also during this wedding photo shoot, another thing I thought was really interesting is that she finds out that she gets sort of hints that other districts are rebelling when her prep team is talking about how they have like shortages of different goods in the capital.
Yes. Like there's a shrimp shortage.
Yeah.
They haven't been able to get any seafood, which is District 4. Yeah. And they haven't been able to get like this music chip
special
thing.
And I think that's supposed to be like it's like a CD, like a super CD that like holds, a million songs.
You know what I pictured when they talked about this in the book?
Oh, I know what you pictured. I don't remember what it's called, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah, hit clip. That's what it's called. I was like, you're thinking of the thing where you slam the little hit clip in and it plays. It's the opposite of a hit clip, though, because this disc apparently, or this little chip apparently plays, like thousands of songs.
Well, it's kind of like an iPod, I guess. Yeah. Like a teeny tiny, really good iPod.
Yeah. Well, although, I think the implication that it's more like a CD or like it's something you put in a player. Yeah. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. But because I can't get those, which those come from District 3, I think, right? And then District 8, there's something from, I don't remember even what is District 8's thing, but they can't get something from District 8.
8 was textiles, I think.
Yes, that's right, because
they make the Peacekeeper uniforms.
Yeah, that's right.
So she has this like running tally of all of these districts that are potentially in open rebellion.
Which is really interesting, is a thing I didn't realize until literally just now, that those are and it makes perfect sense, and I don't know why I didn't put it together reading or watching the movie, that those are the district's champions who work with her, that are part of the rebellion. Yeah. 4 is Finnick and Mags, 3 is BT and Wyrus, and 8, I think 8's the Morphlings, but...
No, there were 6.
There's 6, I don't remember who's 8.
Which district is Joanna from?
She might be 8.
She's lumber.
No, yeah, she's lumber. That's like 7 or something, or whatever. 6? No, she might be 6.
The Morphlings were 6.
No, you're right. Yeah, I don't remember, but I don't remember what 8 is. But because does 8 work with her?
District 7 is Joanna Mason. Yeah, district known for producing lumber. Okay, which is why she's so good with an axe. Yep.
Anyways, but 4 and 3, those champions are people who work with. Also, we find Haymitch is not buying, like she's telling Haymitch about the fact that she's hearing about District 13 being inhabited and there being a rebellion there and that sort of thing, and she's trying to like potentially try to drum up rebellion in 12, and Haymitch is like shooting it all down. He's like, no, it's not. And then we find out this was all a big act by Haymitch, because he didn't want to include her in any of the planning, because he knows that she doesn't really have a head for planning. Like, it's not her thing is not being involved in big conspiracies. It's not exactly like her strong suit. But so he's kind of lying about this whole thing. And then the last little thing here in this kind of segment is we find out that Madge and Katniss have become like even more friends than they were before. And it's a little thing, but I thought it was really cute that Katniss teaches her to shoot a bow and Madge is teaching her to play piano. Yeah. But ultimately she doesn't really even end up learning to play piano. She just likes listening to Madge play piano, which I thought was very sweet.
I just really am disappointed with the movie's decision to cut Madge. Yeah. Because I really liked her in the book. I thought that their friendship was really sweet and cute. I'm disappointed.
I agree. I get it, but I agree. I'm disappointed it's not in
there. So was this when she's trying to convince Gale to
run away?
And he says I love you. Yeah. To her. Yeah. And in the book.
Yep. This is wild.
In the book, made me laugh out loud. I love you. Me too. He says I love you, and she says I know.
Yeah. And then she thinks right after that, it sounds terrible. Yeah. And I was like, burn on Star Wars.
And they changed that in the movie. I think she just says like, you know how I feel about you or
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
Which is one, not as good. But also maybe they didn't want to outright copy Star Wars in their movie.
Yeah, I think that was very much the case. They didn't want to just outright steal those lines from Star Wars. I think it was a very intentional, like sort of fun reference in the book that like very, she thought that it and I agree, it's a thing that makes sense for Katniss to say. It very much fits in with her character in the same way that it fits in with Han Solo's character, and I liked that a lot. But yeah, I think they just decided maybe we don't do that. Disappointing, but the other thing is that in the book she's very taken off guard by this, and I would say similarly in the movie, but and then ultimately in the book, Peeta finds, or Gale, she mentions that like Peeta's gonna come run away with us too, and Gale is not psyched about this.
Yeah.
But the movie in this moment turns her, he's like, I love you. And she goes, you know how I feel. And they kind of discuss more. And the movie turns this moment of her unsureness about her feelings for him. She has a very specific line about, well, since the games and everything with the Capitol, maybe if it was a different place, a different time, maybe we could be together or something like that. And the movie, it becomes a very one-dimensional, her feelings about Gale and the fact that she's unsure of what she feels about Gale in the movie becomes purely motivated by like fear and the situation with the Capitol. Yeah. Whereas in the book, it's a little bit of that, but it's also very clearly a more complex situation that has to do with her not just at all knowing how she feels about Gale or Peeta, or what she wants, if she wants anything. Like she just, and again, this ties back to her conversation of the reading of Katniss's Ace. The book's depiction of her in this moment is more nuanced and more layered, and it becomes this whole thing that can spark many different interpretations of what she's going through and why. Whereas in the movie, it's more of a sort of just boring love triangle.
Yeah, it gets flattened.
Yeah, it's just so flattened. And again, it's a result of us not being able to be in Katniss's head. But it's disappointing because it's just it becomes very one note, and their relationship is not interesting in the movies to me, or at least not particularly interesting beyond the sort of generic will they, won't they love triangle. Who does she end up with? Which is something that I think you can get from the book if you read it very surface level without having any frame of reference. We talked about this in the first episode. That was sort of my experience of reading it the first time without having any frame of reference, or even knowing that that ace people existed or what that meant. Like that, the time that was not a concept that existed in my head, because the American, especially back then, but even still, the American sexual education system is woefully lacking.
Don't even get me started.
Woefully lacking. But so that was not something I had a frame of reference for, and it was so my reading of the books the first time was that surface level sort of boring. I don't want to say boring. It's interesting in its own way, but it's just to me now a less interesting sort of reading on it.
Yeah.
And so the movie gives us that version, which I get it, but it is disappointing. So ultimately, Gale ends up getting whipped in the square for different reasons in the movie and the book, which we'll talk about later. But apart from the reasons why he's getting whipped, the scene, I think, is much stronger in the book than it is in the movie.
It's way more brutal.
It is way more brutal. In the book, he passes out at some point and almost dies, essentially. But he's passed out when Katniss gets there, he's still being whipped by thread. And there's a little detail that in the book, as she's running to get to the square and to get to him, people are trying to stop her because they know who she is and who he is, and they're trying to stop her from seeing him. And in the movie, she just walks right into the square and nobody says anything to her. Which I thought was dumb. But then she runs in and tries to stop it. And then in the book, she gets whipped in the face. And in the movie, he punches her. And then I think he might whip her too, he does. Yeah. But it's not as intense as it is as I read it in the book.
No, her injury is not nearly as gnarly. in the movie as it is in the book.
Yeah, and then also Darius is there, who we mentioned earlier, and she gets there and sees Darius like unconscious, laying there, and doesn't know what happened.
Yeah.
And we find out later he tried to stop Thread, and Thread like knocked him out. And yeah, that whole scene is just much more brutal and much more impactful in the book to me. It's still a good scene in the movie. I'm not saying it doesn't work in the movie. I think it's effective in the movie at getting across most of what it's trying to. It's just similar to in the first one. It's just not as brutal. It doesn't ring as true and as realistic as it does in the book. And it's a little disappointing. And then the last note is that when he's done in the book, he runs his hand down the whip to rub the blood off it, which he does in the movie at the very end. But in the book, when he does that, it splatters blood all over Katniss.
Yeah.
And I wanted to see that in the movie because, again, that's just haunting.
I had a couple of notes here too. Like we mentioned, they do change the reason that he's being whipped in the movie.
Yeah,
from
and
what it is in
I
the
have
book.
that in better in the movie. But you disagree, it seems.
Well, no, I don't necessarily disagree. I just want to talk about it for a minute because in the book he is whipped because he has been hunting.
Yes, which is something they've talked about.
Yeah, he has this dead turkey with him.
Yeah, which is something him and Katniss have done for years, and the old peacekeepers never cared. Well, they were buying the meat and stuff. Yeah.
But we know that it is illegal in District 12 to hunt, and that is so interesting to me because it is so feudal.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It reminds me of another book that I've read, which is a Robin Hood retelling, wherein one of the characters gets caught poaching the king's deer, and as punishment, they cut off his bow fingers so that he can't hunt. And it's it's an interesting thing to me because it does read so like feudal, you know? And like old.
Yeah, I agree. I actually struggled with whether or not I liked the change in the movie more. Ultimately, I did, just because I think what it says about Gale's character is stronger in the movie or more interesting. But I do really like, again, like you said, the feudal nature of hunting on the king's land.
Yeah.
And it's like nobody's hunting out there. It's not like he's stealing. Even then, it would still be a barbaric punishment, but it's not even like he's stealing. It's not taking anything from anybody. It's just this land that nobody uses. It's just out there, but it's the capital's land.
It's the capital's land.
Yeah.
And we get a scene right before this or during.
I think it's right. It's after this. No, it's before this because they constructed. No, it might be after this. It's after this because they build the whipping post is already there.
Yeah.
In the movie, it's complicated because in the movie they move the fascist makeover of District 12 to a slightly different location than it is in the book, kind of, but it's basically the same place. Anyways, it's not. But
we get a scene in the movie with the new peacekeepers wrecking District 12 and like burning everything, which we don't actually see them burn everything in the book. So I liked that we get to see
them burn. Well, we don't see. We see that we
see that the hob is on fire.
We see the hob is on fire.
But we actually like in the movie we literally see them like with flamethrowers setting things on fire.
And that's the difference, is that in the movie, our introduction to the new peacekeepers, when they're introduced, they go around and like wreck hell and like install the new regime. But in the book, the peacekeepers show up, and then after this incident with Katniss, the new peacekeepers show up and Thread shows up. And then after this incident with Katniss and Gale, that's like the impetus that sparks the like overnight makeover, like fascist makeover of District 12. And so it's just slightly different in the book and movie, but basically the same.
But so I think that scene is impactful in the movie, but I'm not sure it's quite as impactful without knowing that they were friends with the old peacekeepers.
Yeah, I agree. I agree that not knowing that the old peacekeepers were not quite, I mean, they were still cops, but they were like, as good as cops can be cops, kind of like is the idea we're led to be believed in the book, is that they're not. They don't enforce the most draconian, terrible rules. They are, in fact, because they are part of the community.
Yeah.
And they do suffer under similar they suffer under similar. And I think there's actually something to be said about that in terms of an ACAB sort of message is that the original peacekeepers were people of District 12.
Yes, they were people of the community
who suffered with the community to some extent, obviously not to the same extent. It was different. Whereas then all of a sudden we get this sort of paramilitary fascist police force shows up from the Capitol.
Yeah.
And I think there is because so while ACAB also not all ACAB, I don't know.
Well, also like a little bit of nuance.
Yeah.
Because I have seen, like think pieces and stuff before about like the difference between policing when the police are a member of the community,
Yes.
like when it's a small town,
yeah.
and policing in big cities when it's people
from
who
the
suburbs who live outside of the city and
Yeah.
then come in to impose rule upon the people in the city.
Yeah, because that is a big, actually one of the messages of the, of the sort of ACAB movement and the police reform movement and the defund the police movement is that that one of the ways to improve policing while abolishing it it's a complicated topic that we're not remotely going to get into here, but are not going to get into in the depth that it requires. But one of the things and one of the arguments is that a part of reforming, defunding, whatever you want to call it, the police is having police that are in fact part of the communities that they are policing, and like you said, not coming from entirely different socio-political communities and then policing people that are not part of their community, and that leads to what we see with like city policing.
That leads to a terrible power dynamic.
Yeah. Yes. Yep. And I agree that the injury that Katniss suffers is not in the movie is not nearly
in the
as
book,
intense.
her whole eye is like swollen up.
Yeah, it's like whipped across her eye, and she has a big gash, and it's like swollen shut. And in the movie, she just has like a little cut on her cheek. It's the same thing from the first one. They just don't want to make Jennifer Lawrence not pretty, so she's got a little scar, I guess. Okay, fine. In the book, Katniss really struggles with her own self-worth and morality, and ultimately, because of what her actions at the end of the last Hunger Games, she decides that her own self-worth and her own moral compass and whether or not she's a good person, it kind of ultimately lands on whether or not, or lands on what her motivations were for pulling out the berries at the end of the last Hunger Games. And I just wanted to read this little thing because I thought it's a really interesting dynamic that the movie doesn't ever really get into at all. The berries, I realized, the answer to who I am lies in that handful of poisonous fruit. If I held them out to save PETA because I knew I would be shunned if I came back without him, then I am despicable. If I held them out because I loved him, I am still self-centered, although forgivable. But if I held them out to defy the Capitol, I am someone of worth. The trouble is, I don't know exactly what was going on inside me at that moment. And I think that's a really interesting and really real sort of inner conflict to have.
A moral quandary to be in.
Yeah, it was something that really hit me reading the book of just like, what does it mean to be a good person? Am I a good person? And this thing I did, why did I do it? And what that says about me as a person, and then even and then the step beyond that of being like, and I don't know why I did it. Like I don't know if I was motivated more by sticking it to the Capitol or trying to save PETA or because I was selfish. I don't know. Like it was all of those things, so I don't know. And I think that's really interesting, and it's a very nuanced, like again, sort of philosophical, moral discussion that the movie just doesn't really have the ability to dig into very much. But anyways. Also, and this doesn't really come across in the movie at all, I just thought it was interesting that after the whole thing with Gale and Katniss, the Capitol like artificially fucks up the District 12 economy as punishment. They close the mines, they ruin food, and there's like weeks and weeks of people like starving and stuff, and it's not for any real reason. It's just because the Capitol is punishing them. And I thought there's a very specific message there about I'm probably using this term wrong, but manufactured consent, and I guarantee I'm using that term wrong. I'm going to leave this in so that we can learn together, and I can be wrong about what manufactured consent means. But Katie is now Googling to see if I'm wrong. But I believe it has to do with using the material. Oh boy, read your theory, kids.
Oh, it's a book.
Yeah, but it's about using the material. I'm pretty sure.
Boy, that's a sentence.
It's a very
I would
complicated
have to diagram to understand it.
It's about using the material conditions, I thought, to create a consenting and subservient like worker class, I thought. But I could be wrong. I could be very wrong about that. So let's just not call it manufacturing consent and just say that the capital fucks with the material conditions in order to create an environment where the people of District 12 are more susceptible to the capital's rule and more susceptible to being subservient. And let's just not call it manufactured consent, because that's probably not the right term, because it's a complicated political term that I don't know enough about to talk about it.
Okay. I'm on Oxford reference here.
Okay.
Herman and Chomsky, the acceptance of government policies by people in the USA on the basis of the partial picture of issues offered by the mass media, denying them access to alternative views which would lead them to oppose such policies.
That's right. It's not about the material conditions. It's about the control of media.
Yeah,
And
it's a propaganda model.
right. So that's not exactly correct here.
Not exactly. It's like you're like adjacent.
Well,
to it.
manufactured consent is a big part of the capital's business model, but it is not in what I'm talking about here in terms of artificially fucking up the material conditions in order to create a subservient populace. So it's slightly different. And I apologize to all my leftist theorists in the audience who are like, that's not what manufactured consent
You were
means.
adjacent to it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Nobody reads theory. Anyways. What else is next? I didn't love the on-the-nose implication that the president and Plutarch Heavensby like rig the quarter quell to include victors. In the book, it's very vague. Like it's left up to us to decide whether or not we think the Capitol rigged
I prefer
quarter
that
quell.
as well.
Whereas in the movie, there's a scene where they sit there and they're like, what do we do about this?
Yeah.
I got an idea. And then the next scene, they're like, we're killing off old victors. It's like, okay. And again, it's implied in the book that that's probably what happened. I just prefer it being left a little bit more ambiguous in the book than the movie does. Another little note, and we talked about this, that Katniss has an affinity for plants and sort of, plant identification and that sort of thing, herbology. And
Herbology, that's the word I wanted when I was going through our notes. And all I could come up with was horticulture.
I'm sorry.
And I was like, that's not right.
I could have told you that.
That's what I
only
wanted.
could have told you that because I played a lot of World of Warcraft back in the day, and one of the professions you could do was was herbology, where you picked plants and turned them into potions and stuff. But they have this moment. This is after she's injured, and she's like, she broke her foot or whatever, falling from the.
So she's like bedridden for a while.
And PETA comes over and helps her work on this family book that they have. That is, it's just this big long book that is like not a survival guide, but it's just
it's about plants, because I think it was her mom started it, because her mom
put some
works
stuff in
in
it.
like folk medicine.
Yeah.
And her dad added things to it, and now she is also adding to it.
Yeah, and I really enjoyed that they, her and PETA work on it together. He draws the pictures, she provides the information, and there's a little line where PETA says, "This is the only normal thing we've ever done together." And I really wanted that kind of moment for them in the movie, and I was disappointed we didn't get it.
So after we find out that
this might be a 6-hour episode.
Oh my god,
we're almost 2 hours in, and we're 5 out of 14 pages.
Oh no.
We got to move faster.
Okay, yeah. So after we know for sure that at least 2 of our 3 District 12 victors are going to be headed back to the arena, we get a training montage in the book, which we don't get in the movie, and I really wanted it.
I agree.
I especially wanted Gale helping them with snares.
Yeah.
And Gale being like, of PETA, it'd be better if he were easier to hate.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because Peta's just such
Everybody
a nice
just
guy.
likes Peta. Yeah. And yeah, Peta goes into game mode and he's like, he gets Haymitch off booze and he like dumps all the alcohol out and he's like, two of us are coming home from the Capitol, a mentor and a winner, and they like super go into game mode and we get like a training montage. I was really expecting to get that in the movie because I thought I thought there'd be some good moments for comedy with him like trying to sober up Haymitch and like all that stuff just felt like it would work in the movie. But yeah, they kind of cut all that. There is a line too that I thought was interesting is that they come like Katniss realizes I think this is not a line, it's a thought Katniss has. She realizes that even if she had killed Peta in the Hunger Games, that she wouldn't want to marry anyone. And again, I think it's another little moment that kind of lends to the greater discussion of Katniss's sort of struggle and self-realization of her own sexuality and identity and that sort of thing. And that's really interesting. And we don't get, again, the movie just doesn't delve into that at all.
Yeah.
There's a moment when they go to the reaping. So we get to the reaping. They got to do the reaping still, even though Katniss is the only female or the only woman contestant or the only woman victor. So she's obviously going to be in it. And in the book, it's described. Effie goes over to the big bowl that normally has, hundreds of names in it or whatever. And she's trying to fish the one
piece of
paper out, and she's struggling. It's like slipping around and she can't grab it. And I really wanted that moment in the movie. And then she just grabs it in the movie. I was so disappointed because that's such a funny moment in my head. I thought it might be a nice little moment of levity in this very serious.
I just love that they still make Effie go through the show of drawing Katniss's name, even though she's the only one. It's like funny, but it's also really dark.
Yeah, and then that, like I said, that's already funny and dark, and then that extra added layer of like irony to it of her like not being able to get it. It's like, we know who it is. Like, come on, you don't need to grab the paper. Yeah. So we get this in the movie, but I didn't like it. In the movie, we get like a montage of news sort of stories of some of the other contestants from different districts who were selected, and in the book we get they're watching the video, and that is what we see in the movie. They're watching the video, but in the movie it's really cheesy when in District 4. When a young girl gets selected who's like hysterical and then Mags volunteers for her. It's a very like striking moment in the book. This like 80-year-old woman like who needs a cane to walk volunteering for this young woman. And then it happens in the movie in the background while like Caesar's talking, and it looks so cheesy. Like
it does not have the same impact as it does in the book.
It's really disappointing, and it's such a kind of a big moment. And I didn't like it. We find out, because Madge isn't in the books, but we find out that Madge's aunt was in the 50th Hunger Games and that she was friends with Katniss's mom, and it's part of why Madge and her mom like Katniss and her mom. There's like this added backstory with all of that. There's some kind of interesting
backstory there.
I also like Peta alluding to the fact, and we do get a little bit of this in the movie at different times, but Peta here kind of sets the first little breadcrumb of this idea that the people in the Capitol aren't going to be into the idea of old champions going into the ring because they like them.
Yeah,
and they see
love
them as they love them.
They're their celebrities,
and that this actually may ultimately kind of backfire for the Capitol. Like this idea, like we're going to purge all these old victors, particularly Katniss and Peta, but the people in the Capitol like love them, and that they hadn't thought that. Maybe the Capitol hasn't thought that through entirely.
Oh, I think Snow definitely did not think that through.
No, not at all. Not at all. We also on the train. On the train, they're doing, after they've been reaped, they're doing research. They're watching videos of old Hunger Games to watch the old contestants to do research. And one of the tapes they have is Haymitch's games that he won, the 50th games.
We've previously wondered how he won. They don't know.
And we get to see it in the book. They watch through it and they kind of talk through the whole thing. And him and Maisie Lee, was Madge's aunt, they team up together. Ultimately, she ends up dying in his arms. And then Haymitch almost dies. Like he gets in a fight. It's down to him and one other person, and he gets in a fight. And he like gets sliced, and he's like holding his intestines in, and he goes to this edge of the cliff that we saw him find earlier, and realize that it has a force field that's the same force field that they have on the roof of the building in the Capitol where the contestants stay, where they can't jump off and kill themselves because it throws them back onto the roof. And he realizes this by throwing like a rock off, and it keeps coming back. And he goes to this cliff as he's dying, and the other victor chases him down and throws an axe at him, and he doesn't even dodge it. He just like he like collapses, and the axe flies off the cliff. and then comes and flies back and hits the other contestant in the head, killing her, and he ends up winning.
Yeah.
Like kind of on accident completely.
Kind of a comedy of errors.
Yeah. And I was really hoping we were going to get to see that moment.
I really, really, really wanted to see that.
Yeah. And we don't get it. I was wondering, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a deleted scene, although it'd be a lot of effort to put into a scene not to put into the movie because it would require quite a bit of production to do like the fighting and stuff.
And a casting of a
young Haymitch. And so I'm probably not, but I was disappointed we didn't get it. There's also a moment where they're prepping. So again, I think this is for the interviews potentially, or no, this is for the prep for the big parade. And Katniss is getting prepped by her team, and they're all like really sad about her going back into the games, and she's talking about how she has to like console them, and she has this line, she's like, I had to spend the whole time consoling them, and since I'm the person going in to be slaughtered, this is somewhat annoying. And I thought that was I love that line.
I thought that was a really good nod to like how unwittingly selfish and self-absorbed people who are privileged can be.
Yeah.
Where like they don't mean to be.
No.
But they are.
Yeah.
A couple little details that I liked. Katniss eating chocolate fondue with a spoon.
Yeah.
I think it's while she's on the train.
Yeah, they have a big fondue.
Yeah, they have a big fondue pot, and she just abandons all pretense and starts eating it with a spoon. And there's this little mention that the District 10 tributes in like the costume chariot parade thing are dressed as cows with flaming belts.
Yeah. And Katniss makes a joke about how were they charbroiling themselves or something? Yeah.
Which I really
because he's like, well, all the other designers
hoping they would be in the background or something.
Yeah, because like all the other designers are like copying Cinna, and they're like with his flaming costume, and she's like, it doesn't really make sense, and even still they're doing it, and she's that is funny. It would have been fun to see that in the background. And which maybe they do, and I just missed it in the big because there's like a big processional scene, and it's like big wide shit. We might have missed it, but. So we talked about Darius the Peacekeeper earlier, about how he was friendly with Katniss. He tried to defend Gale and ended up getting knocked out. And now we find out they get to the Capitol and he's an Avox, which is something that's not in the movies at all. Well, they're in the movies, but it's never touched upon or addressed. They're just in the background of the movie. And there's this moment in the book where he's there, and it's very clearly there to upset Katniss.
Yes.
And he's waiting on her, and she knocks something off the table, and he goes to pick it up, and she bends down to pick it up, and she knows she can't talk to him because she'll just get him into trouble. But underneath the table, she grabs his hand, and it's described as a desperate clench, and it really affected me. And it all of those little details, and really the Avox storyline in general, it's really, I think, a miss to cut that out from the movie. I think all that stuff really helps build hatred for the Capitol. I think the movie does a pretty good job of it, but it's just the books show all of these, like, the overarching cruelty of the Capitol in a way that the movie gets bits and pieces of, but it just doesn't sort of come together in the same, like, just overwhelming way that it does in the book.
I agree.
And this little Avox storyline with Darius is one of those ways. Like, he was one of them, kind of. And he just he committed the grave sin of having a modicum of decency and like human compassion, and for that he was horribly tortured. And it's just it goes a long way in showing that the Capitol has no allegiances other than to their own power and greed. And another moment that I'm really disappointed wasn't in the movie is that before the big interview, before the games, they have their interview coaching, and they've kind of had a falling out with Haymitch because they don't want to have. Stuff's been going on. It's not really super important, but they don't have an interview coaching. So instead, they realize they have the whole day themselves. So they go up to the roof of the building, and Katniss and Peeta just have like a day-long picnic and just like enjoy themselves all day. Yeah, which is really sweet. And like, Peeta draws her like one of his French girls, and it's
but not really. But
not, I mean, he does. He draws. Well, yeah, she's not naked, I guess, but right. But yeah, and they play games and they eat and they have a nice day together. And I was really hoping we'd get like at least a little bit of that, like a little montage or something in the movie. And then for the interview prep, we've mentioned the prep team, but Octavia is like, they're like nonstop sobbing the whole time, and Katniss has talked to Cinna about how like you have to talk to them. they can't just be miserable the whole time because I'm the one dying, not them.
Yeah.
And so they're still being miserable, but they, at this point, they realize that like Senna has talked to them. And so like Octavia leaves like immediately, like because she can't keep it together. And then like halfway through the prep, Flavia starts crying and she feels like wet stuff on her shoulder. And she's like, oh, he's crying. And then he leaves and it's just, but then we get like a really sincere and nice goodbye between her and Venya or whatever her name is, the last one of the prep team. And I would have liked, again, they're not in the movie. I get why they're cut because Senna's that person kind of for that. But it's just, they're very different. Senna and the prep team are not remotely alike. Like Senna's like an actually good person, it seems like. Whereas they're like, again, products of their environment who are like good people-ish kind of like, you know, as good as they can be given their what they are. Wish it had been in the movie.
A little thing that we learn in the book is that at District 12, part of their wedding ceremony is a toast, which is commonly a part of wedding ceremonies, except that in District 12, they toast with actual bread.
It's actual toast.
It's
they
literal
make
toast.
Yeah.
They make toast, which I
might
kind
be where
of
it comes from,
love.
right?
I have no
I
idea.
have no idea.
I don't know. I could not guess
Probably
on that.
not.
I think we should have literal toast at our wedding.
I agree. I thought the same thing.
Also, we know that Katniss is in her wedding dress for the interview.
Yeah.
But what the movie leaves out is that they also dress Peeta in like a tux and tails and white gloves.
Yeah.
Which I really wish the movie would have done.
Yeah. So there's this big moment in the interview at the end of it where all of the contestants hold hands. It's a really powerful moment. And I have it in better in the book. It happens in the movie, and it happens very, very similarly. But in the book, it literally gave me chills reading it. It happened several times in the book, in the handful of chapters here, in moments where I actually literally got chills reading parts of it. And I was looking out for these moments in the movie, really hoping they would live up to what I sort of envisioned in the book, reading them. And this was one of the first big ones. And it just didn't work for me in the movie as well. And I think a big thing is that, and so in this moment in the movie, as they're holding hands, the music that is playing is the Pan Am anthem. So we're hearing the music, the in-world music, which is the Pan Am anthem, which I think is intentionally kind of bad.
Yeah.
Because it's the anthem of this horrible fascist state. Like, so like it's kind of intentionally not good music. Like it's kind of intentionally not uplifting and swelling like beautiful music. It's just like, it's kind of I don't even know how to describe it. It's like it's like the worst possible version of an anthem. It's like what it is, and that's on purpose. And that is what is described in the book as playing in that moment.
Yeah.
So I get why they did it, but the moment is so much more meaningful than that. I think as a director, that's a moment where you have to go, okay, I know the book says the anthem's playing. We need a swelling emotional score moment, not this dumb anthem. It just didn't affect me in the movie like it did in the book. And I just wanted to read the books section. It's like half a paragraph. I look back to the crowd, but the faces of Rue's mother and father swim before my eyes. Their sorrow, their loss. I turn spontaneously to Chaff and offer my hand. I feel my fingers close around the stump that now completes his arm and hold fast. And then it happens. Up and down the row, the victors begin to join hands. Some right away like the Morphlings or Ryrus and Beatty. Others unsure but caught up in the demands of those around them like Brutus and Inobaria. By the time the anthem plays its final strains, all 24 of us stand in one unbroken line in what must be the first public show of unity among the districts since the dark days. You can see the realization of this as the screens begin to pop into blackness. It's too late, though. In the confusion, they didn't cut us off in time. Everyone has seen. And I again, it's just, that moment to me is such a big moment in the book, and it's supposed to be a big moment in the movie, but it just fell flat for me, and I was very disappointed by it. And then there's a line later on in the book that we don't get anything like in the movie, where Katniss, it's not a line, again, it's Katniss's inner monologue, where she thinks something happened on that stage tonight that can't be undone. And that, again, that line, I wish we had any sort of parallel for that in the movie, because that kind of line, it's one of those moments that kind of, again, gave me chills. And it just, I don't know. It's we'll talk about it more in my final verdict. I talk about why I think those moments don't work, but we'll get to it. Ultimately, she gets into the games happen. She gets into the games. This is a little thing, but it's a thought she has, is that when she goes up the tube, and we'll talk about all that stuff later, but she goes up in the tube and she arrives in the arena. And as she bursts, sort of erupts from the floor and looks around and realizes she's standing in the middle of a
Water,
lake.
Yeah.
She thinks to herself, "This is no place for a girl on fire," which I think it's the last line in the chapter.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, which is a great little sting on a chapter. It's a great moment, little self-referential kind of meta moment. I loved it a lot. Obviously, it wasn't going to be in the movie, but unless they did the announcers, I think the announcers could have done it.
Yeah.
Or like Haymitch, they could have cut to Haymitch seeing it. Whatever they could, but whatever. There's a little detail when they get into the thing and they start fighting, where somebody references the fact that Katniss is supposed to be pregnant.
Yeah.
And she thinks to herself, she remembers, oh yeah, I'm supposed to be pregnant, and thinks to herself, wait, should I throw up or something? Like, she doesn't know how to be pregnant. She's like, should I throw up? I don't know. That's what pregnant people do, right? I thought it was really funny. Peeta hits the force field. We'll talk about that. She ultimately Katniss ends up leading the way because she knows how to see the force field, but she doesn't want to let the Capitol know that she knows this.
Yeah, she reasons very quickly in her mind that she can't let them know.
She can't let them know that she knows how to see the force field. So she comes up with this story that it's because she can hear the force field because of her bionic ear that the Capitol gave her. And I thought that was a fun little detail of turning it back on the Capitol. And she's like, whatever doctor did my surgery is probably not having a good day now, or something like that. And I really liked that little, again, it's not, it wouldn't work in the movie because she didn't have hearing loss. None of that happened in the first one. But again,
and I thought it was a very good example of really quick thinking on her part.
Thinking, yeah, where in the moment, in action, she can sort of hatch very clever plans. It's just sort of more removed big picture stuff that she's not as good at. And then that night, the first night, Peeta cooks dinner by throwing acorns at the force field to cook them, because we see her
roasting nuts on the force field.
Chestnuts roasting on a force field wall or whatever. And then they build a hut to sleep in that night. I wish they just sleep on the ground in the movie.
I wish they would have, because they build a very elaborate camp.
Finnick and Mags build, because they live by the ocean. They can weave out of reeds and stuff. They build a very elaborate sort of hut to live to sleep in and that sort of thing. And then I really wish this moment had been in. Katniss finds and kills hunts and kills a rat of some sort, some sort of tree rat thing. And they're going to cook it, or they're trying to figure out how to cook it, but they don't want to light a fire. And Peeta realizes he sticks it on a stick and shoves it into the force field to cook it. And they all give him a round of applause. And then they all stop because they remember what are we doing? They're all like, yay, wait a second, we're gonna kill each other in a day. That moment of celebration, of unhinged celebration, then remembering their situation, I thought would have been cool to see. I get why it's not in the movie. It's not really important.
So they get a gift via parachute, and it's a spile.
Yes.
And I think I preferred in the book that she didn't immediately know what it was.
Yeah.
I liked that she had to think about it a little bit and well, what is this thing? And then ultimately realizes what it is and what it does. You felt differently about it, though.
I had this in better in the movie because my note as I was reading the book was oh, I guess they don't know what maple tapping a tree is. When she gets that and it's described, I'm like, oh, that's clearly a tap for a tree, you put in a tree to get.
I mean,
maples.
I didn't know what it was.
Oh, I'm not saying that everybody would, but I'm like, they live in Appalachia. I feel like maybe they might know what that is. And then when we go on to find out that this is something she did with her dad as a child, which is how she figures out what it is, it struck me as a little odd that she didn't figure out. She didn't realize right away what it was. And so the movie having her be like, oh, yeah.
This fits fair.
But to be fair, the movie gives her the added context clue of Haymitch's note, which the books don't have notes in the packages. They just have items. And in the movie, it says drink up.
Yeah.
So, she's able to add, there's that added thing. This is for water. I just preferred in the movie. Like, I felt like she would know what it was, especially when we find out that she does know, like, she literally has used this thing before. Like, she would know what it was, and she wouldn't like forget. I don't know, but I get, yeah, that's fine.
There's a point in the book when they're trying to outrun the like acid fog, where Katniss carries Mags for a while, which the movie didn't even try.
No.
Didn't even attempt it. They also get covered in blisters for like a good portion of when they're in the arena in the book. And I had in my notes, I was like, I bet they don't have them be covered in blisters and scabs for half the movie.
Yeah.
And as I suspected, the blisters went away immediately because they like washed them off.
Yeah, they put them in the water, which was what they do to get rid of it, but or what they do to help get the toxin out or whatever. But in the movie, it also just like washes everything away.
And their skin is clear and fresh. They also in the book, the acid stuff ruins their like wetsuit
clothes,
things.
They run around in their underwear.
Yeah, they run around in their underwear. And I had in my notes, I was like, I bet they don't have them run around in their underwear for half the movie. And predictably, they did not.
Yeah, they robbed us of Finnick Odair running around in his underwear for the rest of the movie. It's disappointing.
Monsters.
So because in the movie they have them immediately just sort of wash off the scabs in the water, they don't have to deal with like dealing with them for a while, which in the book is something they have to deal with. They're like super itchy after they don't hurt anymore and they're not like dying of poison anymore, but these scabs left over are like crazy itchy and stuff. And Katniss asks for help and Haymitch sends them some ointment to put on them. And there's this great moment in the book where they slather themselves up in the ointment and Peeta's asleep.
Yeah.
And they have this, they're like, there's so few moments for fun in our lives anymore. And her and Finnick go and they wake up Peeta by like leaning over him while he's asleep. And this ointment makes him look like it like turns their skin like black or green.
It was green.
Like
I kind of pictured like a zombie makeup.
Yeah, or like looking like the Swamp Thing or something. Yeah. And they both lean over Peeta and wake him up and he like freaks out. And I was really hoping we'd get that moment in the movie. I had a feeling we wouldn't, but I was hoping we would.
What Peeta says to one of the morphlings as she dies is
the female or the woman morphling.
Way better.
Oh my God, it's so much better.
Oh, so much better.
This is a big moment to me, and this is one of the things. And I'll talk about it in the final verdict. But this movie to me really fails at the big moments that stuck out to me in the book. The moments that really hit me hard in the book. The movie includes most of them, but doesn't do them the justice that I was hoping they would have. And this is one of them, is that what Peeta says to her is so bland and like sort of like basic in the movie versus a much more compassionate, like realistic thing in the book. I'm going to read it here in a second. And because one of the other things he does that happens is that while she's bleeding, she's like playing, because they've established over and over again that the morphlings really like, and they're called morphlings. It's actually probably like a pretty derogatory term, because they're called morphlings because they're addicted to morphling, which is
morphine
basically. Type of drug. They're essentially like meth heads or whatever, or heroin addicts. And so I was thinking about it. I was like, I feel like morphling is probably not the PC thing to call these people, but
it is the only thing.
But it's the only thing they call them in the books. So, but as they're really into camouflage, they really into camouflage. They like painting. They're like, that's the whole thing we keep seeing them doing. It's like painting, and Peeta bonds with them over this. And there's this moment as she's dying where she's like touching the paint or the blood on her chest and like swirling her fingers in it. And then she like reaches up and draws a flower on Peeta's cheek with her blood, which I thought was really haunting. And I just wanted to again compare the movie's version of the lines, if you haven't read the book, to what happens in the book. Peeta crouches down on the other side of her and strokes her hair. When he begins to speak in a soft voice, it seems almost nonsensical, but the words aren't for me. With my paint box at home, I can make every color imaginable. Pink, as pale as a baby's skin, or as deep as rhubarb. Green like spring grass, blue that shimmers like ice on water. The morphling stares into Peeta's eyes, hanging onto his words. One time I spent 3 days mixing paint until I found the right shade for sunlight on white fur. You see, I kept thinking it was yellow, but it's so much more than than that. Layers of all sorts of color, one by one, says PETA. The morphling's breathing is slowing into shallow catch breaths. Her free hand dabbles in the blood on her chest, making the tiny swirling motions she loved to paint with. I haven't figured out a rainbow yet. They come so quickly and leave so soon. I never have enough time to capture them. Just a bit of blue here or purple there, and then they fade away again, back into the air, says PETA. The morphling seems mesmerized by PETA's words, entranced. She lifts up a trembling hand and paints what I think might be a flower on PETA's cheek. Thank you, he whispers. That looks beautiful. And like that's nothing like what we get in the movie. In the movie, he's like, "Look at the sunset, isn't it pretty?" It's like, what the fuck is this? Like the book version is so beautiful and sad and I was devastated that moment is so bad, like so butchered in the movie. So
it's so flat, and just nothing.
And the shot's pretty. Like we get a shot from the side where he's holding her body in the water and the sunset, and it's like I don't know whose idea it was to change that dialogue and not have her paint.
But bad. So bad. I honestly adored Katniss and Joanna's relationship in both the book and the movie. I especially really liked
I knew you would identify with this line. I knew it as soon as I read it.
The line, Katniss thinks to herself of Joanna, I wonder if this is what it's like to have an older sister who really hates you.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that line, overall, their relationship's great in both. But yeah, that line doesn't make it into the movie. Also, speaking of Joanna, there's a scene in both the movie and the book where she like yells at President Snow into the ether, into the sky. And they changed the line. It's subtle. It's mostly the same. I just prefer the version in the book because she yells, "Whole country in rebellion. Wouldn't want that, would you?" Like very sarcastically.
Yeah.
And it's not even that big of a difference in the movie, but something about the tweak I found not as like satisfying, and because it's not as sarcastic. I don't know. Something about the movie line I just didn't like as much. But the movie does nail that she says she has no one left that she loves.
Yeah.
Which is really heartbreaking. The movie keeps that line in, which I was glad that they did. Little detail, but there's one moment where they hear a cannon and they look and they see a contestant being pulled out of the jungle in like 5 pieces, which is horrifying. Again, going back to the movies not capturing sort of the brutality of the games and that sort of thing. So everything happens, and we'll talk about the end in other segments. But eventually, she's rescued from the ring. She destroys it. Blah blah. The resistance, the rebels capture her, and she ends up getting she's like dying, she's bleeding out or whatever. They end up taking her up into their hovercraft, and she wakes up in a hospital bed in the exact same way she did at the end of the Hunger Games.
Yes.
In a hospital bed with like tubes in her. She doesn't know what's going on, so she starts pulling all the tubes out, and then she passes back out. And then when she comes to again, she is now tied to the hospital bed that she's in, which is exactly what they did to her at the end of the Hunger Games. Is the Capitol tied her down to the bed and force fed her drugs and stuff. And this is the beginning of a very important thematic through line that we're going to get for the rest of the series, which is one that I'm not sure I'm a huge fan of. We'll have to see once I finish Mockingjay and see if I think it goes in a place that works or not. But is drawing parallels between the Capitol's treatment of her and the Capitol's motivations and the Capitol itself and the new resistance that is trying to overthrow the Capitol.
Yeah. And
this is the first little inkling we get of it in the book is these parallels they're drawing. And I would not be surprised if this is the thing that the movie ultimately changes and again, I don't remember the details, but it's a thing I found very unsatisfying in the books from my memory. And I wouldn't be surprised if the movie changes it. And this is the first thing where they don't really include this sort of very specific detail that I feel like the book is very intentionally including, drawing the parallel of her treatment by both of these entities. Yes. And so we'll see where that goes in future ones, but the movie doesn't have her tied down like it does in the book. And then when she comes to, we get this in the movie. We get her grabbing a hypodermic needle in the movie. In the movie, you would assume she just doesn't know where she is and she's like trying to defend herself and like whatever, and like she's like gonna
with whatever she can.
Yeah,
find.
She grabs a needle and she's like, "It's probably the Capitol's got me. I'm gonna kill I'm gonna kill him." In the book, we're in her head, so we know she grabs that needle because she thinks Peeta might be on the ship, and she's gonna kill him so that he's not tortured by the Capitol, because she thinks the Capitol has them.
Yes.
And she gets that needle to kill Peeta. Now, you could get that from the movie if you've read the book.
Right.
But
if you
haven't, it's just like, it means kind of, it's just like, she just grabs a weapon. Anyways. Yeah.
So we get an info dump
Yeah.
at both the end of the book and the movie. I preferred the books version.
A little bit, yeah. I'm not a big fan of either. They're both a little
clunky.
A little clunky sort of expedition. Here, we're on the final 3 pages. Let's explain what's going on to you and the audience. I wasn't a huge fan of either, but I agree that the book version works a little bit better than the movie's version of it.
I just, there was something that I preferred about Katniss just summarizing, here's what Haymitch told me, rather than the movie actually having them like
sit
say
there
it
and
at
say
her.
it all at her. Yeah. There's a line that she thinks to herself, or no, I think she thinks this to herself. I think this is a line from the book. I don't think I just wrote this. I could be wrong. But the thought that the rebellion used her without her consent, without her knowledge, because they didn't tell her any of this plan.
Yeah.
And I think this is the thing she thinks, is that, they used me without my consent, without my knowledge, the same way the Capitol did. And I wish the movie doesn't go into that at all. And again, this is another one of those moments that I think we'll see where it goes in both the book and the movie, and whether or not the movie changes that for a more traditional, like, satisfying ending versus what we get in the book. But I wish they had included that, because I think there is some interesting things to discuss there in terms of her agency in either system.
Yes.
Yeah.
And, we talked in our prequel about the Chosen One trope.
Yeah.
And whether or not it might apply. And I do want to continue talking about this trope, like, moving forward into Mockingjay. But what I think is interesting is that we know one of the main hallmarks or components of the Chosen One trope is this idea of this person being the only one who can, like, resolve the plot in some way.
Yeah.
And also not having any say in whether or not they do that.
Yeah.
Because it's the Chosen One is a person who has been preordained by some kind of power, and very often that's like a mystical power.
Very traditionally, it's like cosmically or universally, or the gods
have chosen you. There's been a prediction of some sort
by the ancient ones, or
this is your fate.
Yeah,
you are fated to fulfill this role.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering, because I think this poses the interesting question: is there even a difference between being fated by the gods or destiny or whatever you want to call it to fulfill a certain role, and society deciding that you must fulfill a certain role and pigeonholing you into it?
Yeah, and I would agree that there is not.
I would tend to say
I would argue that there is not a difference. Ultimately, not essentially. Like, essentially, there's not a real difference between those two things.
Functionally, practically,
no, there's not. I mean, for her, there's very clearly no difference. Like, for her, it plays out the exact same way. I mean, you could get into the nuances of, and I think this does kind of dovetail into like an interesting discussion, and I don't want to get into it very much here because we're almost done with the section, but of things like free will and what agency anybody has in any sort of real true capacity, because you are such a, and I think this is something Suzanne Collins does constantly, and there's no way it's a fluke, because it's we've talked about it in reference to so many different characters within this world, of whether or not their agency is something they have any control over, or like their predicament. Like we talked about, with the prep team and the fact that Katniss realizes that if she were born in the Capitol, she would probably very likely be just like the prep team is, and that sort of thing. And I think this is just an extension of that, in terms of undermining the idea of free will in general, and that there is no difference whether it's gods or, the universe or whatever, or some sort of cosmic all-powerful thing saying this is your fate, versus all of the cogs and all of the pieces of the existing, you know, society and physical world that you exist in, going, this is what you are.
Yeah.
And how can you possibly,
Yeah.
you know, both of those are equally insurmountable. Like either of those are equally impossible to sort of subvert for anybody. And I think it is, I think in that regard, I think it's very clear that this is a critique, not even a critique. This is a rumination on the chosen one trope in a very interesting way that I was going to say unique. I'm sure it's not unique. I'm sure there are plenty of similar stories that do some, you know, kind of do the same thing. But it is very specific and pointed sort of rumination on the chosen one trope and what it means to be a chosen one, and that in fact we are all, our paths are all chosen by the society and the world we grew up in and the circumstances we're forced into.
Yeah.
And that Katniss is absolutely a chosen one because of society chose her to be. And I mean, and Plutarch says literally that to her. It's my next note in the in our notes here, is that Plutarch says to her, "You're the Mockingjay. While you live, the revolution lives."
I mean, he might as well be saying, you're
the chosen one. Yep. He literally says you're the chosen one in not so many words. And I did want to discuss there's a slight change in that dialogue in the movie versus the book. And I'm not actually sure which one I prefer. I think I prefer the book, but in the book he says, "You're the Mockingjay. While you live, the revolution lives." And in the movie he says, "This is the revolution. You're the Mockingjay." I don't know. Not a subtle difference. I get why the movie changed it. "This is the revolution" adds immediacy and makes it clear to the audience what is going on, and is like, the revolution has begun.
Yeah.
You're the Mockingjay. Whereas "You're the Mockingjay. While you live, the revolution lives" is a little less impactful, kind of. But also, I think "You're the Mockingjay. While you live, the revolution lives" is a little darker in that
absolutely.
It takes away her agency again in a way that is a little like, "This is the revolution. You're the Mockingjay" doesn't have any inherent baggage of like, there's some baggage there, but it's not the same baggage of "while you live, the revolution lives." That puts so much pressure and so much responsibility
on her for something that she had no choice over.
Yeah. Yes. Whereas "This is the revolution. You're the Mockingjay." He's not saying you're our only hope, you know. He's not saying "help me, Obi-Wan," you know, like, so I do kind of prefer the book version in that regard, that I think it's a darker sort of, and again, that's another potential clue to the idea that maybe the movies are going to go a little bit away from the book's thematic sort of ending, which is a little darker and grayer and less satisfying than I think a traditional movie audience would want. I'm so interested to see how these two things end.
I'm very interested.
Katniss at this point is just furious at everyone and stops eating and just gives up and thinks that if she dies, maybe if she dies, the rebellion will end, and if the rebellion ends, Peeta might not be killed.
Yeah.
Like, that's like, she goes on like a hunger strike basically, and they like force feed her essentially. I don't actually remember if they do, because ultimately they just send Gale in, and that kind of like
gives her
kind of ends up doing the work for them. But anyways.
Speaking of Gale, he has the last line in this book and movie, right? He still has the last line.
Yeah. Yes.
And in the book, it's this great stinger. The book ends with the dramatic line, "There is no District 12."
Yeah.
And the movie adds to that for some reason.
I agree, yeah.
The movie has him say, "There is no District 12. It's all gone."
Yeah.
Which, like, why did we need additional
that
sentence?
Clarification for dummies? That's not even
like,
dummies.
You just think we're all dum-dums?
Yeah, you just said there is no District 12. We know what that means. Like, because the line before that is they came in and started dropping fire bombs.
Yeah,
there is no District 12. And then he's like, "It's all gone." It's like, yeah, man, we know.
Which is a great, dramatic, impactful line, and the movie ruined it.
Yeah, there's no reason to add that, because I actually do like and we'll talk about it in the next segment, or remind me to talk about it. I actually like the last shot of the movie, which we don't really, because in the book we literally end. He says there is no District 12. That's the last line.
Yeah.
That's it. And in the movie we get this extra moment where we cut back to Katniss's eyes, staring kind of up, not at the camera, but like past the camera.
Yeah.
And we see her go through this sort of moment. And this is the moment in the movie where she sort of hardens for revolution. We see this like fury come into her eyes.
Yeah.
And I think I like that moment I like that if they had done this, there is no District 12, and then given us that visual moment in the movie, that would have been the perfect ending for it. I don't know why they added that extra line. Anyways. Oh, right.
Don't even tell me.
I'm not even going to tell you. That's it for Better in the Book. Let's go ahead and find out what we thought was better in the movie.
My life has taught me one lesson, Hugo, and not the one I thought it would. Happy endings only happen in the movies.
I really liked that this movie visualized a flashback for Katniss, like right off the bat.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And I mentioned it earlier, but they kind of swap where we get a PTSD flashback. And I did like that it surfaces when she's shooting her bow. It makes a lot of sense. And then also that gives Gale this moment with her to comfort her, because then we get it later. Obviously, it's PETA all the time who's like sort of, holding her and helping her through the nightmares and that sort of thing. And I liked giving Gale this moment early on. It's not something we get in the book from my memory.
Yeah.
And like I said, I also just really like tying it to shooting the bow. It feels like something that would make a lot of sense and would be something that would potentially trigger like a PTSD flashback. And it's not something the book ever addresses. The idea of her shooting a bow doesn't ever sort of trigger any of those those kind of memories.
And it's not something that like goes anywhere, but the implications of her potentially struggling
with it
to like shoot or to hunt is interesting.
It is interesting. I will say that I guess that is true, that it kind of just disappears.
Yeah.
And like, because then like within, when she goes to the game, she's like, she turns back into Hawkeye, and it's just like, all right. Yeah. But I still, that being said, I think that it is interesting to at least seed that and make you think about what it means to her to be, shooting a bow, and what the kind of cost it takes on her.
I preferred that the movie just showed us Gale kissing Katniss rather than having her remember it. I think if we had gotten a quick flashback, that still would have worked. Yeah, but
I agree. I think just putting it in sort of real time makes sense. And I also thought the movie did a pretty good job. I guess this could be the movie now. I guess it's not really anything, but the movie does a pretty good job of truncating the Gale, setting up everything going on with Gale. It happens, the first 3/4 of this book are before. Well, I guess the first third of this book happen at like, in District 12 roughly, and the tour and stuff. So we get a lot of Gale interactions over the course of the first third of this book, and I thought the movie did a pretty good job sort of truncating that down and getting us all the important parts of what's going on with them pretty quickly. Not perfect, but pretty good.
Yeah, we get way more Gale in this than we do in the first installment.
Yeah.
And I do think the movie did a good job of like condensing some of that tension and confusion.
Yeah.
Elizabeth Snow. What
Elizabeth
did I just
Banks.
say here? Elizabeth Banks.
You just made her the president.
I did. I mean, I'm not mad about it. Elizabeth Banks as Effie is just an absolute delight.
Oh yeah,
as always.
Yeah, she's perfect. Her and my note was next note was Lenny Kravitz nails Cinna and elevates him even further. I think both of them.
Yes.
And they're not the only ones, but they're the ones that stick. Two of the ones that stick out the most to me as taking the characters beyond what we get in the book. Which are
gold star casting.
Yes, both very good in both very good characters in the book, but the movie versions are just even better.
I'm pretty sure this was an addition. I meant to check this and I forgot, but I'm pretty sure this was not in the book. Katniss has this added line during that first initial interview in District 12 about the generosity of the Capitol.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't recall that from the book, so I think you are correct there. As they're traveling, starting out on their district tour, I think it's when they're getting into District 11, they're driving through these tunnels in the train, and they get this very brief flash of a graffitied Mockingjay on the wall of the tunnel.
Is that what that was?
Yeah.
Where she's like, did you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, I missed it because I was taking a note.
Yeah, it was the Mockingjay from the cover of the book, like graffitied, and spray paint on the wall.
Okay, yeah, that's cool.
I liked that. I added a little addition, and that's one of the reasons, too, I think that that we talked about, but the change with Plutarch showing, because we see so much of the Mockingjay in reference to the rebellion, and this is one of those instances. Yeah, but I like it.
I loved that the movie popped really quickly back to Haymitch and Cinna when Peeta promises money to Rue and Thresh's families, and Cinna like, can he do that?
Yeah.
And Haymitch like, he can't, but he just did.
Yeah, I also had that in better in the movie, and I thought that whole speaking of that whole moment with Rue and Thresh's family at the 11 ceremonies, that whole scene I think the movie pretty much nailed in terms of Peeta's speech, giving the money to the families like 1 month of the winnings each year, and I also really like, and it's a moment that I thought was really interesting in terms of so Peeta says. He starts the speech, he says a bunch of nice stuff, and then towards the end he says, there's nothing we could possibly do to repay you. But then he actually does something, and I felt like that was there's something to, because it's very often, that sort of well-meaning liberals, for lack of I don't mean that, but like, well-intentioned people, like, oh, it's, there's nothing I could ever do to repay you. Especially, it's something, you would hear, something like a boss might say to you about like there's acknowledging how important you are in words only. It's like, well, you could give me money, you could pay me more,
you could give me a raise,
bonus. And I liked that in this moment that Peeta says these nice words, but it isn't just words. It's more than that. He actually backs up those nice words with actual actions, and I thought that was a nice thing.
An important thing, too.
It means that it ends up potentially being a bad thing, but that's not. He didn't know that.
He didn't know that.
Yeah.
This is a really little thing, and I think it would be easy to miss. But when they're talking up in the dome, I loved that Peeta called Katniss Cat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he has a nickname for her. As they're traveling on to another district, we see some more graffiti on a wall as they're pulling in. I don't remember what district. I don't know if we even know what district it is. But they're pulling into another district, and there's this graffiti on the wall that says, the odds are never in our favor.
Yeah.
And I liked that, again, a callback to the may the odds be ever in your favor. It's not a line we see anywhere, at least in this book. In the first two books. It may show up in the third one or something. But I thought it was a fun idea to play on that sort of famous line, and turn it into an act of rebellion and a sort of referential of the fact that no, the odds are never in our favor. I like that.
I also liked the moment of in one of the districts, there's this little girl that looks up at Katniss and says, someday I'm going to volunteer just like you did.
And Katniss
and
is
just the horror on Katniss's face.
Yeah. Speaking of little girls emulating Katniss, there we get a cutaway at one moment to President Snow, and he's there with his granddaughter at like the dinner table or something.
Who's not a character in this book.
No, she's not in this book.
I don't know if she shows up in Mockingjay.
I don't remember. But it's his granddaughter character who shows up a couple times in this one. And in this scene, she has her hair braided, a side braid, as we discussed in the first episode. And the president remarks about it, about her hair, and she goes, oh, yeah, everybody does their hair like this at school because of Katniss or whatever. And I just like that, the way it grates on him. And I just love that even the people in the Capitol, it's her influence is spreading everywhere, and the way that sort of infuriates. It's just a nice little scene to show and to stoke along the president's.
To show how that really bothers his ego.
Yeah. Yep. There's a little scene at the party where after the scene with the drinks that make people throw up, Peeta's sitting there looking around at all this food. And there's a line in the movie where he says like all this food and everybody in District 12 is starving or something like that. And the book goes this should have been better in the book. I don't know why this is here. I put this in the wrong place. This is my bad because this is only in the book that he says this.
Okay.
Yeah, I put this in the wrong place because this line isn't in the movie, but in the book he has this. Yeah, I don't know why I put this in the wrong section, but in the book he has a line during that. In the movie he's just like, all those people starving and they're just here with all this food. In the book he goes on to say, maybe we were wrong to subdue things in the district, like showing us that Peeta is sort of
Comrade Peeta.
Yeah, Peeta is is sort of starting to slowly buy into the revolution narrative. And I thought that was, again, sort of setting up where we're going here in a nice way. Again, that's a better in the book. That's my mistake on that. I prefer, at the party, I prefer the conversation with Plutarch in the movie more. I think it's, apart from him not showing her the Mockingjay, which I think you could argue either way, depending on the medium and how the story is told, which is better. But in the movie, I think without showing the Mockingjay, his conversation alludes a lot more to his motives and what he's doing in the movie in a really subtle way that works really well. I think the movie does a really good job. If you're looking at it and thinking about his conversation, you could suss out that maybe he's like, and I wish I had like his actual lines. I didn't write them down because I was busy writing other stuff. But I think if you really paid close attention to his lines as you were watching the movie, you could gather that maybe there's something going on with him, but it's not as obvious as if him showing a Mockingjay symbol. And I liked that a lot. So I just kind of slightly preferred the tweaks to the dialogue with him in the movie. And also just, what's his name? Philip Seymour Hoffman is fantastic, and he crushes it in this role. I think he's in the sequel.
These films are just really well cast.
Oh yeah,
they're like all around.
Very, very well cast. Yeah, he does a great job, and I think he's in the sequel because this is one of his last movies. Because he died, Philip Seymour Hoffman passed away right after this one or the next one. But
I liked that the movie gave President Snow the line when he toasts to Peeta and Katniss's engagement. Every day for as long as you may live. Yeah. A very chilling line in that moment.
Ominous line, yeah.
I also thought the strategy session that we see a couple of them, but this first one I thought was interesting. The strategy session between Snow and Plutarch Heavensbee. I thought it was a little weird that the movie made him into more of like a general advisor. Yeah. Kind of. But the scene is interesting.
I think it makes sense. Well, because it's the same thing that the first movie does. Yeah. Whereas him and Seneca, we see them.
Right, but in the first movie, I felt like it was more like Snow was pulling him in to be like, what are you doing?
Right.
Yeah, whereas in this one, it seems like Heavensbee is like advising him on what to do.
I think I buy the idea that the head game maker being as important as he is sort of is just part of the president's inner circle. And is, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I do think it's weird, though, that they talk about making Katniss look frivolous and vapid while also being more brutal. Like, that's the strategy they discuss in this scene. And then they only do the brutality. Yeah. Like, especially since the book gave us this ready-made reality TV voting for her wedding dress, which would be the perfect way to make her look frivolous and awful. Yeah, but the movie just abandons that entirely.
Yeah, you're right. I did like that scene as well between the two of them. I thought that was really interesting, them kind of discussing how to handle the whole
Katniss
situation.
Problem.
Yeah. I also really liked Thread's introduction in the movie. I particularly the moment where they black bag the old peacekeeper. Like we get told, you know, that Thread shows up, and then we get told that the old peacekeeper's gone or the old head peacekeeper's gone. But I like that literally black bag them in the movie, and then we see like a montage of them like assembling the whipping post in the square and burning down the hob. I thought it was just a really effective little montage that, again, is kind of described in passing in the book, but not in the same sort of striking way that it happens in the movie. I also, and we mentioned this earlier, but the difference overall, the whipping scene I prefer in the book, but I do like changing what the impetus for that in the movie. In the book, like we said, he's hunting on the land, and that's why he gets thing, which has its own merits. But in the movie, they're attacking one of the peacekeepers. So, like, I think it's Thread is wailing on some random person from the Hob, and Gale like runs and tackles him. Yeah. And I did like giving that, like Gale standing up for the people, being the, you know, as opposed to just like breaking some dumb rule. It adds more to his character, I think, in an interesting way of him fighting for the people. And that being what leads to his punishment. I like. I think they both have their merits, but I do like that change.
So when they bring Gale back to her mother's house to treat his wounds, I liked that the movie gave Prim a very obvious moment of capability while they're treating him, where like her mom's hands are shaking and she can't quite get the needle.
Oh, is that I missed that part of
Yeah.
it? That her mom's hands were shaking.
Yeah, and Prim like takes
Oh.
it from her and is like, "Let me do it."
Okay, I don't like
Yeah.
that then. I hate that.
What?
Well, sorry. No, I like Prim doing that, but I hate that her mom's hands are shaking because that I had this in the movie. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I liked the moment of capability for Prim,
Yeah.
was what I was going to say, even though I don't think it tracks with what we know about their mom.
Yeah, in fact, I actually think that's a really weird change because I had this in the movie, nailed it, because Katniss has this note about how the only time her mother knows who she is when she's treating sick people.
Yes,
Her mom
exactly.
goes into business mode, and it's like the one time where she's in her element and she's like unflappable, and I really liked seeing kind of where Katniss gets some of that from. Her mom has that within her, and it's in very specific circumstance when she's healing people. So I missed in the movie that her mom was like, I just thought Katniss or Prim was just helping and gave the shot. I missed her mom like not being able to do it or something, and I don't like that at all. Because like I said, I had this in the movie, nailed it, because I thought we saw her mom kind of, from my memory in the scene, I remember her mom like clearing off the table and like going into business mode, and so I was like, cool, and I started writing notes, and I think I just missed that she was like kind of couldn't handle it or something. So yeah, I don't like that. But I do like that it also gives us the little hint of Prim taking to healing, which is important for next book. Also, a little detail that is not in the book is that they're treating him with like, it looked like alcohol or something. So they're treating Gale with something in like a clear bottle. It looks like alcohol. And Haymitch grabs the bottle and pours some in a teacup as they're doing it. And I thought that was a fun little Haymitch addition. I thought it was a good moment.
My next note also should have been in better in the book. That's my bad.
Well, when the notes are 14 pages long, it's real hard to figure out where notes go.
It's real hard to, it gets confusing very fast, especially trying to put things in order within each of those sections. But you mentioned it earlier that Snow decides that all of the previous victors are a problem. And I like the idea that he just wants to get rid of Katniss.
Yeah.
And everyone else is just insignificant collateral damage, and he doesn't really think it through.
I had the same note that he's like, oh, all the victors think they're better than the that doesn't track with what we get from, because none of the rest of them, from what we know at this point, have sparked any sort of ire in the eyes of the Capitol. None of them are doing anything to be
like
rebellious.
Joanna, maybe,
and Finnick, maybe, but not that we can tell from it.
Yeah.
Like, and it's just one of those things where it seems kind of out of nowhere that he's like, we'll take down all these victors, and it just felt a little. I guess it's setting up the dynamic of the victors sort of rebelling against the Capitol by him being like opposed, like wanting to take out all of them. I don't know. I agree. I wasn't a big fan of that slight change in the movie. There's a great line that is in both the book and the movie where Katniss realizes nobody decent ever wins the games. And I think in the book, it might be a thought she has to herself. I don't know if she actually voices it. In the movie, she voices it to Haymitch. She says nobody decent ever wins the games. And Haymitch replies with nobody ever wins the games, period.
Yeah.
And I liked that little additional line to that. I like that line, again, whether or not it's said out loud in the book. And I like Haymitch's response. I thought that was a good addition.
I liked Katniss and Peeta saluting back to everyone in District 12 after they're reaped.
Yeah, and I think I like too that that sort of implies that the reason that they don't get to say goodbye in the movie is because of that. There's because they do that and then they immediately like drag them away and throw them on the trains. He's like, change of plans or whatever. She's like, I get to say goodbye, and he's like, nope. And there's a little bit. It's sort of implied that because of that moment that's why they don't get to say goodbye. I liked that.
Oh, we had the same note here.
Yeah.
We both really liked that the movie has Katniss wait to light up her dress in the chariot scene until immediately after making eye contact with Snow.
Yeah.
She meets his eyes and then flames.
Yeah, flames. Yeah, and it's great. I love it. Fantastic.
And then moving forward a little bit, when she then this happens in the book too. When she's showing off for her individual thing with the game makers, she hangs a dummy and paints Seneca Crane's name on it to send a message to them. But the movie, and maybe it wasn't a good decision because it just made me laugh.
No, I think it's a good decision.
But the movie has her paint his dumb facial hair onto the dummy.
Yeah. It's fantastic.
I was weak. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Yeah. Yeah, I loved that. And then I also, so I had that in the movie Nailed It, that scene in general, because it's spot on. But then I also, on top of the facial hair, which is a good note, she does the exact same bow that she
Yes,
did at the
yeah.
in the same the little personal, thing with the gameskeepers in the first movie, where after she shoots the arrow at him, she bows. She does the exact same thing. And I thought that was a nice little callback to that.
Yeah. I liked the added line when Joanna is interviewing with Caesar, and she flips
goes
out.
off.
Yeah, she goes off, and he's just like, one woman's opinion.
Well, that's one woman's opinion. Yeah, that was a great line. I had, and we'll talk about that more in a little bit. But yeah, I loved that line. That was an addition for the movie.
I liked the movie's changes to Katniss's wedding dress from what's described in the book.
I have this in my odds and ends because I wasn't sure which I preferred. I didn't know, and I was going to read the description later of the dress.
I do think that the movie dress looks more like a red carpet dress than
really
a
look
wedding
like a
dress.
wedding dress, yeah.
But I don't think that, because what's described in the book is like this heavy gown with like long.
It has sleeves
like
that hit the
long
floor
sleeves and like ropes of pearls, and it sounds very like medieval.
It does
almost.
actually. It actually. That's what I thought. That's why I thought it sounded
And I'm
interesting.
not sure that it would have had the same impact as what's in the movie.
Yeah, the description. I'll just read it now. The description in the book is heavy white silk with a low neckline and tight waist, and sleeves that fall from my wrist to the floor, and pearls everywhere, pearls stitched into the dress and in ropes at my throat, and forming the crown for the veil.
I
It's
mean,
similar.
I
don't
would
know.
wear that wedding
Yeah.
dress. That's like almost the exact wedding dress I want.
Yeah.
But I don't know that visually it would have had the same dramatic impact as what we get in the movie.
It also feels like it doesn't fit into, which I think is interesting in its own way, but it doesn't fit in, like the dress we get in the movie very clearly feels like it somewhat ties into like capital fashion. And it's like this, like you said, it's this like red carpet, like over the top,
Yeah.
elaborate, sleeveless,
like very, very tight fitted, but then it flares out and there's all this tulle.
Yeah.
And it's got like a crazy like shoulder
Yeah.
thing that goes up into the
it
air.
feels like it fits in the capital.
Yeah.
And I think that does that, the fact that it feels like it fits a little more into the capital sort of stylistically does add on to the ultimate reveal, like the ultimate moment of the wedding dress where
Yeah.
it burns off of her.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that works really well.
I liked the little shot of Haymitch toasting PETA after he says the baby line,
Yeah.
tips his glass to him.
Yeah.
I thought Effie's emotional moment.
Which one?
This is before.
Is this when they say goodbye?
Yes, I think this is when they
Yeah.
say goodbye. Yeah. Effie's like emotional moment there
Yeah.
was good in the movie. Again, Elizabeth Banks
Yep.
just elevates everything. And then they give President Snow a great line when he's rewatching the footage of all of them holding hands. And I guess somebody else says like they're all holding hands.
Yeah.
And he's like, I want them dead.
Yeah. Just real villain shit. Just real on the nose villain
Yeah.
shit. I had this in better in the movie because it's kind of mixed. I like the tension of this scene. So when we get into the arena, right off the bat, in the book, PETA is stuck on his platform because he doesn't know how to swim.
Yeah.
He just stuck there, and eventually Finnick has to go get him and bring him back. In the movie, he's kind of stuck on his platform, but he gets into a fight with some other random contestant. We don't ever see who it is.
Yeah.
And they're kind of fighting in the water, and then they both go under, and we hear a cannon, and we see a body float up, and then PETA surfaces. And
Does he kill that
wasn't
guy
sure if
underwater?
PETA killed that guy underwater, but also we saw Finnick dive in to go to him.
Yeah.
Like before that happened, like as they're struggling in the water, Finnick dives in like he's going to get PETA.
So maybe.
But we don't ever see Finnick there, so I don't know if
Yeah.
he did it. We don't know. It's a little confusing.
I'm gonna headcanon because I think the idea of PETA actually killing someone is very contrary to
Yes,
his character.
I agree.
And the whole point of PETA.
Right.
So I'm gonna headcanon that PETA threw a trident underwater like Aquaman and killed
You mean
that other
Finnick.
guy. Yes, Finnick
threw it.
did.
Yes, I agree. I agree that is what happened. And I also like that he just can't. So the thing I like about it in the movie is the tension, the added tension there of them struggling and the can't. I like that kind of like. I think it's a fun reveal of like, oh, what happened? But I prefer in the book. I think that he just can't swim because he doesn't. Why would he be able to swim?
Why would he know
he's
how to-
not the only. There's several contestants who just can't swim.
And we only know that Katniss can swim because her dad used to sneak her under the fence and go to the lake.
Yeah. It's kind of mixed on me on that scene, but I don't know.
So the monkeys in the book, I think, are just described as like orange monkeys.
Yeah, orange monkeys or something.
In the movie, they're baboons.
Yes.
And this was possibly something very personal to me. My note here just says, ew, baboons. Because I do not like baboons.
I did not know that.
I really don't particularly care for any primate. They freak me out a little bit.
Oh.
Some of the
I'm a primate, Katie.
some of the baby ones are cute, but like mostly for me it rides a line of being like very terrifying and also kind of uncanny valley-ish. And I really just don't care for that.
That's fair.
I
say that's fair.
I don't care for what
like
that elicits in me.
I think they're cool.
But baboons, I personally find particularly terrifying. So this was a personal one for me.
Fair enough.
Baboons, very scary.
I had the baboon attack, and maybe they're not monkeys. I don't know if baboons are primates or monkeys, but it doesn't matter. But
well, it's monkeys or apes, right? Because they're both primates, but then there's monkeys and apes.
I think you're right.
And I'm pretty sure baboons are monkeys and not apes.
I think you're right. I don't know. I always get that confused. But anyways, I like I like that. I thought this is pretty much a movie nailed it overall. And then the Morphling saving PETA. The one thing that I had this for the reason I had this in the movie was better is I like that in this moment in the book we just like the Morphling just appears and jumps in front of PETA.
I had to read that like 3 times.
Yeah, I was like,
what's happening?
In the movie we see that the Morphling is like hiding camouflaged in the roots in the tree behind PETA and then comes out of that. I thought that was cool and wasn't something described in the book. And I thought it made a lot of sense to kind of clarify where the Morphling came from and like what happened.
Right. And it makes sense too because we know that they're good at camouflage.
Yeah.
I like that Joanna grabbed Katniss when the island started spinning. And was trying to like hold on to her and not let her fling off. I also thought that showing them trying to dodge the weapons as everything started to fly around was a good touch.
Yeah. I really liked that they amp up in the movie. It felt to me like they amped up the very obvious conspiracy between Joanna, Finnick, and BT in the scene where they like at the end where Beatty has the plan about like running the wire to the beach. And in the book and the movie, both of them, he's like, Joanna and Katniss, you take this down to the beach. And Katniss is like, well, how about me and PETA go and you guys stay here and protect, Beatty or whatever. And they're like, no. And they all kind of share this look in the movie.
Yeah.
And it's very clear to us as an audience that there's something going on here. And it's less clear and I think that's in purpose, to be fair, because I think we're in Katniss's kind of perspective in the book and she doesn't really, she's a little bit like, because there are moments throughout the book and the movie where she's like, what is going on? Why is everybody saving PETA? What is that? At least she doesn't know what's going on. But I thought the movie did a good job sort of amping up that conspiracy in this moment to make us as the audience a little bit more like, why are they all looking at each other like that? Like, what's going on? I like that. I also really like, so the big final moment is she gets back and she thinks everybody, like chaos has ensued and she thinks everybody's turned on them and she doesn't know what's going on. Joanna has stabbed her at this point and run off. She doesn't know where PETA is. She doesn't know where anybody is. And she's back by the tree with the lightning tree. And in the book, I believe Joanna runs through, like she sees somebody. I don't remember if it's Joanna or Finnick or whatever, but she sees them from far away and she aims at them thinking about like ready to shoot them and kill them because she's like, I'm dying, if I kill this person, it's like PETA and one other person because she's counted the cannons and she knows most of the people are dead except for like a few people. And she's like, I can kill... It might even be 2 people. It might be Finnick and Joanna in front of her or something. She's like, I can kill them, and then maybe PETA only has to kill one person and he'll survive. And she's about to shoot whoever this is she's looking at. And then she remembers Haymitch's last line to her before she went into the arena, which was, remember who the real enemy is, or remember who your real enemy is, or something like that. And that's what happens in the book. In the movie, Finnick runs through the trees and she aims at him. And again, she doesn't know what side Finnick's on. It's kind of all descended into chaos and she's not sure what's going on. And she's about to shoot Finnick. And he says to her, remember who the real enemy is, or or remember who your enemy is. And that triggers her memory of Haymitch. And I preferred that in the movie, having him say that as opposed to
absolutely.
I think the book's version works for the book because we're in her head and we can have her just remember that moment. So I think it's okay in the book, but I think in the movie you needed somebody saying it to her as opposed to like otherwise the option in the movie is I was waiting. I thought we were gonna get like whoop, like a flashback to her looking at Haymitch and him being like, remember who your enemy, like an Obi-Wan moment. It's like, Luke, use the like I was worried we were gonna get that or something. And so I liked Finnick. It makes sense. He's part of this conspiracy. Him saying that to her, I think makes perfect sense. So I like that change.
And I like too that it is a little tip off that he's in on it.
Yeah, I agree.
I liked that when right before she shoots the force field, we go back to President Snow and it looks like she's shooting him through the screen. Yeah.
Like she's aiming at the camera. Yeah.
And then his bewildered, that's not possible.
Yeah. As it all starts collapsing. Yeah.
And I did like seeing the dome collapse.
Yeah. I have conflicting feelings about this final scene, but we'll talk about it.
I felt like the scene in the book for me was a little hard to read and like orient myself, and I liked just seeing it.
I agree with that. I agree that it was a little hard to suss what was going on, but I liked the chaos of it kind of, and that you're supposed, again, because we're from Katniss's perspective and she does not know what's happening mostly. Like she's just sort of acting without really knowing what's going on. And the movie, we'll talk about it in just a second in our next segment, which is the movie nailed it.
As I expected, practically perfect in every way.
We get, at the very beginning of the movie, you're introduced to Haymitch's house in Victor's village, and it's just like a horrifying mess. It's not, I will say the movie's version was less messy than I envisioned it in the book, but it's pretty close. It's like, booze bottles everywhere and everything, that sort of thing.
And Haymitch is drunk. Katniss throws water on him to wake him up, and then he jumps up with his knife that he sleeps with.
Yeah. I couldn't remember if this was in the movie or not, but there's a recurring thing that I think it is at least once, that Gale is the cover story for Gale is that he's her cousin, Katniss's cousin. And I think the movie mentioned this once, so I put it here because I don't know. This is a little
pretty
detail.
sure that got mentioned at least once in the movie.
I could be wrong about that. I don't know.
That they make a reference to like, oh, your cousin or something like that.
Yeah.
A lot of the conversation between her and Snow in the study was pretty spot on. There were some changes, but a lot of it was there.
Including a couple specific lines, but one that I thought that I made a note of when I was reading it. He says, something about her actions and upsetting the balance or something like that. And she says, it must be very fragile if a handful of berries can bring it down, which is a great line. And they included that one in the movie. And then also, I think Donald Sutherland is so good as Snow. I don't know if he elevates the role, because Snow's good in both. Like, and I don't know if he to the same level that like Elizabeth Banks or Katniss.
It's a little different because he plays Snow a little more like forebodingly paternal than what we get in the book. So it's just different.
It might be better maybe his portrayal could be better in the movie, but he's perfect. He's spot on. And including the line where she goes, so I have to convince everybody that that me and Peter are in love, and he says, no, convince me.
Yeah. The conversation that Peeta and Katniss have on the train about their favorite colors.
Yeah, I thought that was nice that they included that.
And then the dystopian militarism of District 11.
And it goes back to something we talked about before of the difference in even within this, terrible fascistic continent country, that even different districts have sort of different conditions, and that District 11 has much more intense walls and guards, and they have she mentions when they drive in, she notices that there are metal plates under the wall so that you can't dig under it, kind of how she does to get out of the District 12. And it, again, just sort of setting that even though they all have it terrible, some districts have it even worse than other districts.
And the whole scene with Katniss giving a speech about Rue and Thresh,
Yeah.
and ends up inadvertently instigating more rebellion.
And specifically the moment where she gives this speech, and at the end this old man in the crowd salutes her and does the whistle, the Rue's whistle. And then they end up dragging that guy up on top of the stage and executing him in front of everybody.
Yeah.
And we get to see that in the movie.
Yeah.
And
Which we know from Rue from the first book is something that routinely happens in their district.
Yeah. And we get to see it in person, and it's equally horrifying in the movie as it kind of is in the book. There's some slight differences in how it plays out, but it's essentially the same. One thing that I thought was kind of disappointing, I say disappointing, just again, sort of the movie doing its PG-13 rating, is we see them carrying away this old man's body, and there's like no blood. They're like, they shot him in the head, point blank range, and we see his face, and he's like, we don't see a wound, we don't see, they just and there's no blood on they're carrying him over white stone. Like, how easy would it be to have like a trail of blood?
Yeah,
like a little
been pretty
small,
easy.
like, and it's just one of those things that's just like, okay, I get it, it's a PG-13 movie, but we just executed an old man on the steps of the point is the brutality of it.
Yeah,
like, you're kind of whitewashing it a little bit. I don't know. That was a little disappointing, but overall it still works, and I thought it was effective.
I thought the conversation that Katniss and Peeta have with Haymitch while they're up in the dome was pretty spot on.
Yeah, and Peeta ends up really mad at them that they kind of kept him. They were talking and kept him out of the loop in terms of like about the rising tensions within the districts, and how him giving this gift may actually be a bad thing. His reaction in the book is like more over the top. He starts like breaking stuff, which I actually felt a little bit out of character for Peeta.
Yeah.
And the movie version actually is a little bit more like, he's angry, but he's not like slamming things around. Feels a little bit more like Peeta. But it's very similar. And then this was a moment that I think was earlier in the book. It doesn't actually happen here in the book, but the movie, it's something Katniss is just thinking to herself about, how she realizes she has to be with Peeta forever because society demands it of her. And in this moment, Haymitch is giving them this speech, and he voices a lot of that. Like, in the dome, he's talking to them about how you have to keep doing this. You guys have to live happily ever after.
Yeah, because they trot him out every year.
Yeah, he's like, you got to keep doing this forever. And he's voicing a lot of the same things that she kind of was dreading and thinking about internally earlier. And I thought that was interesting. Or not interesting. I thought it was nice that the movie at least put some of that to voice. Some of the societal demands on her to be part of this, allonormative relationship. And then the movie does sort of montage through the victory tour in the same way that the book does. We don't really spend much time. We just get snippets of what's going on.
Yeah, after District 11, we montage.
Yeah. And it kind of discuss how in some of the districts they're more rebellious, and we see that, like, some of the districts people are like actively like angry, and there are people saluting, and some of them they're like yelling and stuff, and then other ones they're a little more beaten down, kind of like they are in District 12. So I like seeing that. Again, it kind of captures what's happening in the book there. And then also this is where we get in the movie that Katniss is having these recurring nightmares at night where she wakes up. And then this is where Peeta starts coming in and sleeping with her to kind of comfort her.
Sleeping together to kind of stave off those nightmares.
Yeah. And it's also very scandalous on the train because everybody's like, ooh, what are they doing? Oh, just dealing with PTSD. It's fine. So she gets to see that District 8 is revolting and burning it down. I do actually prefer how it happens in the book with her like seeing it in the mayor's, as like secretly seeing it in the mayor's office and that sort of thing. But it essentially happens the same way in the book. I think she sees it in like the security car in the train.
While she's on the train.
And since we cut out Madge and the mayor and all that, I think that's
it works.
It works, and it does get across basically the same thing of her seeing kind of a bit of what's going on in other places. And then as soon as she talks to Gale about the fact that she saw that 8 is that 8 is rebelling, Gale is all in.
Oh, no one will ever be as thirsty for anything as Gale is for revolution.
Yeah, good for Gale. He's ready to go. Speaking of Gale, after he gets his horrifying whipping in the square, and he comes back to be treated by Katniss's mom, they put a snow coat on him, which is like a very specific thing that she does to help heal people because they're poor and they don't have anything. They like take snow and they mix it with a couple herbs or something, and then like coat his entire back with it to help him heal. And we get to they mention that in the movie.
And Katniss does in this moment in both the book and the movie. She kisses Gale and says, "I'm going to stay right here and cause all kinds of trouble." In this moment, she decides that she has chosen Gale.
She has chosen violence.
But then, of course, it gets more complicated.
It gets more complicated than that, yeah. I also thought the movie nailed her reaction to the Quarter Quell announcement when they announced that it's all, it's going to be the returning victors that go back in for the games. In the book, and in the movie, she like just freaks out and just runs off and like has a panic attack in the woods. And it's in like she's in like a basement or something.
Yeah, she goes in like a cellar in one of the houses.
But essentially the same thing. Like she like has a panic attack. And then after she recovers from that, she goes to drink with Haymitch. She's like, "Fuck this, I need a drink." And the whole thing plays out very similarly, where he's like, "Peeta was already here. He's telling me I got to keep you alive, and now you're here to convince me to keep him alive." And she's, she's arguing that Haymitch has to she's arguing that he has to help her keep Peeta alive since he didn't help Peeta he helped her in the last games, so now he's obligated to help her keep Peeta alive in this game because that sort of thing. I thought the conversation plays out exactly the same, and then we get a line that
Haymitch's line to Katniss, "You could live 100 lifetimes and not deserve him."
it's pure Peeta. pure as the driven snow, Peeta.
And then, God bless Effie, wanting Haymitch and Peeta to have gold tokens to match her hair and Katniss's pin. It's her own little fashion rebellion. Yeah. Effie.
You know what I just realized who would have been a great Effie? Not Elizabeth Banks is perfect, but who would have been a great capital character? Moira Rose.
Oh my God.
She's like, she just like is Effie, basically. Like if Effie lived through the revolution and there was like an older Effie that like she could just be Moira Rose.
She could.
Oh,
she could.
God.
Inobara, one of the career tributes, has filed teeth.
I think, do they mention in the movie why?
They say like she likes to rip people's throats out in the movie. They do. But they don't go into like the history of like that's how she won.
In the books they talk about how she won her games by literally ripping the throat out of somebody with her teeth, and then after that, as like to commemorate it, she filed her teeth into like gold-plated piranha teeth. The first interaction between Finnick and Katniss when they meet before the parade, we both turned to each other after this scene and we're like, did they change a single word?
I don't think they
from
did.
This scene. It's so wild to watch that scene and realize it is gotta be like word for word from the book. The entire scene. And this movie or this book, this movie is a fairly faithful adaptation in a lot of ways, but for a whole scene like this, like a whole 3-minute scene, every single moment of it is identical, and it was kind of wild.
I did have at least a little bit of that in Better in the Book, because they kept Finnick's line about her pretty little girl dresses.
Yeah, we mentioned,
even though they didn't dress her in any pretty little girl dresses in this movie.
No, they did at least, I will say, at the end of the first movie, in the interview after the games, she is wearing like her...
Yeah, like her yellow dress.
Her yellow dress. So it could be a reference to that, but you're right that it doesn't make as much sense because we haven't had the recurring theme of her being dressed up and and also I like that the movie kept the fact that, and of course it makes sense because they haven't completely misunderstood Katniss's character. They just sort of limited her because of, or limited the portrayal of her because of not being in her head. But like none of Finnick's sort of sexy wiles work on her at all. She's just like
He does.
immune
He
to
does
it.
have wiles.
Yeah, she's just immune to
Yeah.
it. Yeah. And he is also wearing nothing but a net
Yes.
in the movie. He's just got a. It's not exactly how I imagined it in the book, but it's close.
Also, and I think the actor did a really good job, the actor who plays Finnick.
Yeah.
But just on like looks alone, A+ casting.
Really, I actually had the opposite note.
You think so?
I thought I had it in my odds and ends, but we can talk about it now. Not opposite. It's just he wasn't the type of handsome I was expecting Finnick to look like, and I don't know what it was. I found something about him. I don't know. When I saw him, he just wasn't as like dreamily handsome. Like he wasn't the type of handsome that I expect every single person in the world to be tripping over. Like he's a handsome man, but something about it wasn't. I don't know. I just maybe it's his personal preference. I don't know, but I just didn't think he was like that handsome.
All right, well, let us know how you guys felt
I don't
about Finnick's casting.
I don't know. I'm trying to think of who would make more sense for that, I wish I would have come up with like an example of who I think would have, because I'm sure I could if I thought for like 10 minutes. Like this person is like who I would imagine, but yeah, he just wasn't quite it. Not quite. I don't know. Not like terrible, and I think he does a good job. I don't know. Didn't quite land for me.
And then we had oh no, wait, I skipped your next note.
Oh yeah. So the just the opening costume, the opening ceremony costume, basically, I thought it was pretty much exactly the same. And there's a line in the book that I thought was really cool because it reminds me of Lord of the Rings line where she says that I looked not like a girl or a woman, but some unearthly being who lives in a volcano. Because she talks about her makeup and everything and how it's not even like she's like sexy. It's just like she's like this otherworldly creature. And I was hoping the movie would capture that, and I think overall it did. And she also gets to be herself. She loves that she gets to be herself in the parade. And Cinna says this to her in the movie. He's like, I want you to be above it all, unforgiving. And she's like, I think I can do that. Yeah. And I was like, yeah, I like that.
And then we get Joanna's elevator stripping scene.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she does strip on the elevator, and this is again a scene where I think the movie doesn't quite. They do it, and it's pretty much the same of what you imagine from the book, but we get more detail in the book because it goes into the fact Peeta explains that he thinks that like because this happens, and then Finnick like flirting with her, and then Chaff kissing her, all these things. Peeta's like everybody's messing with you because like she's so pure, or like because they think she's like kind of naive. And again, I think that ties into some of our discussions about like her own sort of figuring out of like what her sexuality and that sort of thing, and not being sure about it and that sort of stuff. And I think the book in this instance plays into that and kind of that amplifies that reading of her character. But there was, I think, one of the things I did not like in the movie is I thought Jennifer Lawrence's face in the scene in the elevator is a bit over the top. She's making this see if I can find a screen grab and take a picture of it, and we can post it on Facebook. She's making this over the top, like
No one can see you.
Nobody can see me, and I'm making this face. I was looking at her like.
See, to me, it didn't bother me because to me she looks incredibly annoyed in that scene.
Yeah,
which didn't bother me.
I don't know. It was to me. It looked like it was just so unsubtle in a way that felt. I don't know. It's hard to describe without seeing it. Like I just thought that her face the whole time she's stripping felt a little over the top. Like it just didn't feel becoming of Jennifer Lawrence's acting ability. It felt like if somebody put me in a scene and was like, "All right, pretend you're embarrassed by what you're seeing," I'd be like, I'd make that face. Like, and I'm not a good actor, so like I don't know. It didn't. I felt like it didn't quite work. It just the way her. I don't know. But overall, the scene works. But again, I think the movie here just kind of drops all of the ace subtext with Katniss.
Yeah, and it is interesting, and I'm interested to hear other thoughts on this, particularly this idea from the book that like Peeta poses that like, oh, they all think you're so pure or you're so naive, because I
Yeah.
know those are like kind of stereotypes
Right.
of ace people.
Yeah.
And the book doesn't really do anything with it.
No, that's fair. It doesn't.
So I'm wondering,
or
like,
at least not yet. Yeah.
yeah, I'm wondering like how other people feel about
Like
that
how
or
it feel-
read it. Yeah.
Yeah. That is an interesting point. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
Because it kind of like acknowledges the stereotype without really
Without commenting on it
commenting on it
potentially.
or doing anything
Yeah.
with it.
Yeah. We get Katniss bonding with District 3, Wyrus and BT, and then being inventors. And I don't think, and I couldn't remember, one of the details that I really liked in the book, and I think it happens a couple times in the movie, but I might be wrong, is that Wyrus, she like trails off. She like can't
Yeah.
finish thoughts, and BT will like finish her sentences.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that happens a couple times in the movie, but I might be wrong. They might have dropped that, and if so, I'm disappointed in that. But I felt like I remembered at least once where it happened. And then they show her like the chink in the force field.
Yeah, the chink in the armor.
Yeah, and
so
kind
to
of
speak.
set that up. And then Katniss gets to show off her sick archery skills.
Yeah.
Which I actually was very excited about, because I was disappointed. I think I made a note of that in the first one, that she doesn't get, she has like a moment in the first book where she kind of does like cool archery stuff. And I was a little disappointed that we didn't get to see that in the first one, but we do get to see it in this one, which is fun.
It was a pretty cool scene.
Yeah, it's a cool scene. Yeah. Yeah. I thought it was neat.
Katniss wanting Wyrus and BT and Mags
Yeah.
as allies.
And Haymitch's reaction to this
like,
revelation.
Of course you do.
Of course you do. Great. I also really like Katniss. This is a line that stuck with me in the book. It's a little better in the book slightly, but the movie does at least do it. Where it's when they're waiting to go into
like the individual.
What is it called? It's got a
Yeah,
name,
what do
and I
they
can't
call it?
remember what they call it. It's not a showcase, but might as
It's
whatever.
like where they give them scores.
Yeah. Individual training session or whatever. And as they're waiting to go in, it's just them two in there, and they're all the rest of the contestants are gone. And in the book, she reaches across and grabs Peeta's hands and puts her head on the table and goes, "Peeta, how are we going to kill these people?" And I was glad that they at least gave that line in the book, because that line it was one that landed with me, or it gave her that line in the movie, because I again, it's another line that really hit hard in the book. So we're going to talk about this moment, and we both had similar, like, I don't know how I feel about this, but I think it's in the movie nailed it, because it has elements of both to me. Like it could go in both better in the book and better in the movie, and that is Peeta painting Rue with the flowers and how that is revealed to us, the audience.
Mm-hmm.
In the book, we find out after the fact that Katniss goes in and she sees like there's like water on the floor, and there's a big like mat covering the center part of the floor, and she doesn't know what happened. She doesn't know what Peeta did, and she's like, "What the heck?"
Yeah.
And she just does her thing with Seneca Crane and whatever, and then leaves. And then afterwards, they're sitting there and they're discussing what happened, and Peeta tells her, he goes, "I painted Rue."
Mm-hmm.
And that moment in the book, I read that line. That's another moment where I got chills, because I didn't remember that at all from the first time I read it, and it literally gave me chills. And I really like that reveal in the book. And I also like the fact that we find out that her actions of hanging Seneca Crane had nothing to do with what Peeta did. It just so happens that they both sort of impromptu performed these acts of rebellion.
Both rebelled through performative art.
Yeah. And I like that. But I also did in the movie get chills when she walks in and looks down and sees Rue's painting on the floor.
I
like that moment.
Yeah.
So I was like, I don't know. Like, I like both.
Yeah.
I'm not sure which is better.
And I don't mind that the movie truncated it and actually showed us his painting.
Yeah.
But I did love Katniss's line in the book after Peeta tells them what he did, and Katniss is just like, "I guess this is a bad time to say I hung a dummy and painted Seneca Crane's name on it."
Yeah, that's a good line. I will say, it's tough, because I like, it's so that this one is, I could go either way, because I think you could still do the same thing with, I think we could still see the painting of Rue. Like, we could have Katniss walk in, the mat's covering the floor. She doesn't know what's going on or what happened. She does her thing with Seneca Crane, comes out, and then we have the conversation, and then we flash back, like we flash to Peeta painting it, and we get to see it. But I do really like, so I think that would work, but I do really like Katniss seeing it.
Yeah.
But then it robs us of the sort of the one-mindedness of them.
Yeah, them like being on the same page.
Yeah,
just-
without yeah. So it's tough. I could go either way, and that's why I ultimately went with the movie nailed it, because it's like yeah, I like it. It works in both in different ways, and it's great, and both give me chills in different ways. So the Victor interview rebellion, I really love the little like sort of subtle passive aggressive ways all the.
Yes.
Some of the champions respond to the questions. One of my favorites that I was really glad that the movie included was Finnick, which you and I both
Yes.
constantly autocorrected to
This drove
gimmick.
me nuts.
Gimmick constantly in our autocorrect. But he recites a poem to his one quote unquote true love, and everybody in the Capitol thinks he's talking about them because he's fucked his way through the Capitol, which is fantastic. And I also, and you had this in better in the movie, and I agree that Joanna's lines, which I don't know if we even hear in the book, like what we don't know what she said, but I like that. She like flips her shit and starts swearing and stuff. Yeah, the one woman's opinion, all that. I love that. And then I love the movie included when Katniss shows up to go out for her interview, Joanna's backstage.
Yeah.
And they run into each other, and she's like, "Is that a wedding dress?" And Katniss says, "Yeah, Snow made me wear it." And Joanna says, "Make him pay for it." And I love that line. I was glad the movie included that one. And then the big reveal with the Mockingjay dress when it burns away. Again, I got chills. I felt like I had complicated feelings about this, and I wanted to discuss it. So I was like, I love this, fantastic. And I love Cinna, but should he have told Katniss? Because he is once again taking away her agency in this moment. But also, she wouldn't have done it if she knew, because she wouldn't want
that to come
to
back
endanger
on him.
Cinna. So I don't know. I was like, I don't know how I feel about it. It's complicated, but
I will say her Mockingjay dress in the movie I thought was a lot more on the nose than what I pictured in the book.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree that's a little more on the nose. I still liked it.
Literally a bird costume.
One of the things I wished is that she hadn't kept her arms up in the movie, in where the wings were. Is a little too on the nose, like Jesus-y, like crucifying, like because he has her arm, like like I wish she had spun and then stopped, and then the wings could be out, and she doesn't need her arms there. I don't know. I felt like that was a little. But
I mean, I think that is how it's described in the book, because it's like attached to her arms.
It is, but in the movie, it doesn't look like it's attached to her arms. It just looks like the dress has like big wings on it.
I do think it would have been a more dramatic reveal had she just been standing there and then the wings like unfolded.
Yeah, like if she spun and then like dropped her arms and the wings, like it's still pretty good. It's just not. I don't know. It's a mixture of good and bad. Not bad, good and less good choices. Peeta lying and telling everybody that she's pregnant. I think there's something here to discuss about the fact that this is like spurs all this outrage amongst the Capitol crowd. I think there's definitely something to be said here about society valuing the breeding potential of women over the actual woman themselves. It's. I'm not sure it's quite as impactful as the book, but it's still pretty good. We mentioned it, but the goodbye with Haymitch before the arena is pretty spot on. Him telling her, "Remember who the real enemy is."
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the whole scene with Cinna. I'm still betting on you.
Remember, girl on fire. I'm still betting on you. They did actually change that line slightly. It's basically the same. They just kind of rearranged it in the movie. It's whatever.
And then they come in and start beating him.
Yeah. The launch tube scenes in these movies, the first two movies, are like the two best scenes in the movies. They're so heartbreaking and terrible in different ways. Like, we talked about in the first one, the way the sound cuts out and it's she's shaking the whole time, and it's just like it's horrifying and terrible, but it's this also very personal, deeply personal moment with her and Cinna. And then in this one with them coming and beating up Cinna, it's both of those scenes are like two of the strong. And it's funny because I talked about so many times in this movie, I felt like they failed at the big moments, but this is one that they crushed. Like this moment works perfectly, and they did a great job at it. And I don't know why they couldn't bring that same energy to the rest of the big moments, but whatever. Whatever.
This is a little thing, but there's a line in the book where Katniss says she's starting to make a choking sound that she makes before she sobs.
Yeah.
And I thought Jennifer Lawrence nailed that sound.
Yeah. She's a good actress.
Yeah.
Very good. She's very, very good.
And then Finnick, good thing we're allies, right?
Yeah, he has Haymitch's armband. Boom. Look at this. Bam,
Look at
on
this
your team.
token.
Yeah. And then Finnick ends up carrying Mags on his back. There's a lot of really good Finnick character moments, like right at the beginning of the arena battle. Like, because going into the arena, we're very unsure about him, and then within, from the time that the tubes rise to within 10 pages, I was instantly like, okay, Finnick's great. Like,
Yeah.
Suzanne Collins does a very good job of instantly making you really like Finnick, because he just becomes this very immensely likable character, carrying Mags around and like sort of bantering with Katniss, and just everything about him is very endearing very quickly. And I thought the movie did a good job of capturing that, including the fact that Katniss, and not to this, maybe not quite the same extent in the movie as it happens in the book, of her like considering like murdering him right away, because she still doesn't know like if she should trust him and that sort of thing, but also Finnick like knowing that she's thinking that, and then like he's like kind of one step ahead, not ahead necessarily, but he's like right on the same wavelength with her, of just like she's considering like just pulling an arrow out and shooting him, and he's got his trident, and I just thought the movie captured their dynamic really well.
And then Finnick gives Peeta CPR.
Yeah. Yes, he does. And then and when it's happening, Katniss goes to pull an arrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She doesn't know what he's
stops.
doing.
That was a note I had for the whipping scene that again drove me crazy. Because I had this note and I forgot about it. In the whipping scene in the beginning, this is like the thing that they didn't do at the end of the first movie, where when they're like, hey, there can only be one victor, and Katniss goes to draw an arrow on Peeta. I guess it's slightly different, but in the whipping scene, there's a note or a specific little detail that when after and she runs out there, and after Thread hits her with the whip and she falls over, she gets up and reaches to her back to draw an arrow and realizes she doesn't have her.
Oh,
and I
didn't catch that.
There's a little note about that in the book, that she reaches back for an arrow that's not there or something like that. And I wish they would do that more with her, because it's like such a second nature thing.
Yeah.
And anyways.
I want to mention here, actually, I don't have a note about this, but it is something I noticed reading the book. So Finnick gives Peeta CPR, and Katniss, she figures out what he's doing
figures
eventually.
it out, but she doesn't initially.
But she initially does not know. But I thought it made perfect sense that Finnick would know how to administer CPR.
Yeah,
because he's from
the ocean district.
The ocean district.
Yeah.
He's from the fishing district.
Yeah.
So of course he knows how to administer CPR.
Yeah. And she even thinks through that. She's like, that must be something they have to do where he's from.
Yeah.
Like,
but she thinks about, I think it's a little bit later in the book, because I think it might be in reference to Joanna and her axes, because Joanna's from the lumber district.
Yeah, and so she can use axes.
But she thinks about how a disadvantage that District 12 has in the games is that they don't actually go into the mines until they're 18.
Adults. Yeah.
So they don't get any, whereas like these people from these other districts gain all these skills.
Yeah, learn skills before they before they would have to compete in the games. Whereas District 12
District
doesn't.
12. And she's like, man, we've got like pickaxes and stuff.
Yeah.
There could be useful skills there.
Yep. We talked about it, but she tosses nuts at the force field to kind of detect where it is, instead of, even though she's lying and saying she can hear it in the book, which she doesn't do in the movie.
And climbing the tree to look out over the cornucopia. Does she shoot an arrow at the force field?
No, she doesn't, which I thought was dumb I actually thought that was kind of dumb in the movie.
Yeah.
I get why they did it, so that just for us to see, okay, there's like a force field there, the arrow hits it, and like, but she wouldn't waste arrows like that, I don't think, so it felt kind of silly, but
yeah. I did think that the acid mist looked very ominous in the movie. The effects of it seemed much more instantaneous, though.
A little bit. I thought the whole scene with the chemical fog was like spot on from the book. The way the animals all go silent. They mentioned that in the book. Like she's like, the jungle just goes quiet, and she sees this fog creeping in, and it's very clearly it's like a nerve agent. Because they're like, whenever it starts affecting them, they're like falling over and can't control their limbs and stuff.
It's like they're having a stroke.
Yeah, and it's a nerve agent. It's
Yeah.
like it's affecting their central nervous system, and it's the same thing. And then Mag's sacrificing herself. I talked about it. I think it's better in the book because I don't think it gets the weight. Oh no, I had it right here. I don't like Katniss's reaction to Mags.
Yeah.
walking.
So she has like a non-reaction.
She has in the movie, Mags she says, "Hey, can you carry both of us?" And because she can't carry PETA,
Yeah.
and she says to Finnick, "Hey, can you carry both of them?" And he's like, "Probably not." And Mags looks at, and this is spot on. Mags looks at Finnick, kisses him, and then just walks into the fog.
Yeah.
But the moment in the movie, like Finnick starts losing his mind and freaking out, and like trying to go after her, and Katniss like stops him. And she's like, "We got to get out of here." And she has like zero reaction to this.
Yeah.
And in the it's not the same thing in the book. In the book, maybe no, he says, "I can't carry them both. My arms aren't working." It's true. His arms jerk uncontrollably at his sides. His hands are empty. Of his 3 tridents, only one remains, and it's in PETA's hands. "I'm sorry, Mags. I can't do it. What happens next is so fast, so senseless, I can't even move to stop it." Mags hauls herself up, plants a kiss on Finnick's lips, and then hobbles straight into the fog. Immediately, her body is seized by wild contortions and she falls to the ground in a horrible dance. I want to scream, but my throat is on fire. I take one futile step in her direction when I hear the cannon blast, know her heart has stopped, that she is dead. "Finnick," I call out hoarsely, but he has already turned from the scene, already continued his retreat from the fog. Dragging my useless leg behind me, I stagger after him, having no idea what else to do. So in fact, it actually kind of plays out oppositely, where Katniss considers going after her, and Finnick is like knows.
Yeah.
And I think that actually works better. Is I get what they were trying to illustrate here of Finnick's attachment to her, but in this moment, I think because Katniss, and despite all odds, will always try to help helpless people, and I think her like at least momentarily trying to go for Mags, and Finnick sort of accepting what has happened and accepting Mag's agency in this moment and moving on feels more right than what the movie gives us, which is kind of the inverse of that. I don't know. It's still pretty close. I just think the movie didn't quite nail it.
Yeah, I agree. But something the movie did nail is PETA finding a pearl in an oyster and giving it to Katniss.
He does give her a pearl. It's kind of meaningless, but he does do it.
And then Joanna and BT and Wirus show up covered in blood.
Yeah, because it's been raining blood.
It's been raining blood in one other section of this hell forest. And all Wirus can say is TikTok.
TikTok. And this spurs the realization that the arena is in fact a clock, and that the hazards that they keep running into, the blood rain, the monkeys, the wave that we see, and other stuff, is all part of it all happens on a schedule as part of this clock. And then we find out too, as they make their way to the cornucopia, and while they're out there, Wirus starts singing a song. And in the book, it's just described. Katniss says Wirus was singing some song about a mouse climbing a clock or something like that. And I was like, sounds like Hickory Dickory Dock. And in the movie, it is in fact Hickory Dickory Dock, which I thought was a fun little thing for book readers, but also, a little bit world building in that it's very clear that this is this is America. This is future America. Some of these things would have survived. And then Wirus gets her throat slit. Although she doesn't get a throat slit in the movie. She gets like stabbed. Like in the neck or something.
This in the abdomen, I think.
Yeah, I think they did that just so that because they couldn't throat slitting, you got to see blood and stuff, and it's a PG-13 movie, so they didn't do a throat slit. But then Katniss just immediately kills Gloss and Cashmere, just like whoop. And then
the cornucopia starts spinning,
which is fun. I was looking forward to that in the movie because it's one of those moments in the book where it's like, it's hard to visualize what that looks like, and you actually get to see it in the movie. And I thought they did a pretty good job, sort of visualizing that moment. And then she hears Prim and runs into the woods, but it's actually just a Jabberjay. And she ends up murdering it, but then they get stuck in a big glass case of emotion.
Leave.
But I did like that scene. The scene where she
Yes.
runs and they hit the wall and
Yes.
PETA's there on the other side and they can't get to each other.
And I really liked how the movie visualized
Yeah.
that scene too.
Yeah, I thought it was really good.
I do think the Jabberjays are like an interesting I don't know. To me, it's kind of a weird component of this arena because it's literally just to fuck with them.
Yeah, it's not
'Cause
actually
that's-
harmful in
It's
any
not,
way. Like, other
yeah,
than,
it's
like,
not literally harmful, and it's not going to be interesting to the audience, I feel
no,
like.
yeah.
So I'm like, it's literally just to mess with them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting, yeah. But they react to it the same way. It's pretty much spot on scene from what happens, and they sit there and wait until the hour runs out.
Mm-hmm.
And then BT comes up with this plan that they can electrocute everybody.
Yeah.
And I also love him talking them through it. He does this in the book, and she comments that it's like he's like a teacher, like kind of talking his pupils through this lesson. And it feels very similarly in the book. And he's played by, and I can't remember this guy's name, great actor who's in a bunch of stuff. He's in like Westworld and Casino Royale, like all those James Bond's movies with Daniel Craig. Can't remember his name. He's a fantastic actor. But he does a great job as BT. He comes up with this plan. They're going to electrocute everybody on the beach with the wire.
Which is how he won his original games,
Yes,
I think. Yeah.
he used wire to create a trap and electrocute people, basically.
And then we see Peeta's locket. It is revealed has all of Katniss's family in it, including
Real weird.
including her cousin Gail.
In retrospect, very weird.
A little weird.
I didn't
yeah.
think about that at the time, but I was like, why was that your okay? I mean, I get it because of you like her and whatnot, but that's very convenient that this works for this moment for you to like show it to her and be like, look, you have this to live for. I have nothing to live for.
I'm assuming that
Back
was
home, his parents are watching like, fuck us, I guess. I don't,
But his parents are abusive.
they
I
are,
don't like
well,
him.
at least his mom is.
Yeah.
Right?
His dad might be like,
His dad might be fine. We don't know. But yeah,
Yeah.
at least his mom's abusive. Fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
I just thought it was funny. It's just-
But I really do I genuinely like the lines where Peeta says nobody needs me
Yeah.
and Katniss says I do.
yeah. No, I agree. I thought that line was really great. And then they start kissing each other. And I thought it was really interesting that in the book it's described. In the movie, they just kind of have a nice kiss. Like it's
Yeah.
whatever. In the book, it's described as incredibly passionate. And Katniss is sort of describing the feelings she's having, and she says this feeling in this moment as she's kissing him is this entirely new kind of hunger, and she doesn't want to stop kissing him and that sort of thing. And I think it's definitely an interesting sort of tidbit, or tidbit's not the right one, but it's an interesting wrinkle into the Ace conversation. Not to say that it's not representative of somebody's Ace, because
But there are a lot of different ways to
there
be
are a lot of
Ace.
different ways that,
Yes.
that Ace people experience attraction and all that sort of thing. And I think it definitely can still,
Yeah.
from what I understand, as a very relatively ignorant person on the topic, it very much 100% jives with a person who is Ace. I just thought it was interesting. And I think her sort of acknowledging this new feeling and trying to figure out what it means, in fact, maybe even adds more sort of fuel to that interpretation of her, at least in maybe a different way of how she of her again. Just I think it's just an interesting sort of. It's always interesting to me listening to Katniss think through her
what she's
experiencing and what it means and how she feels about it is because it is a perspective that feels at least somewhat foreign to me. I find it really interesting, and the fact that there are people who read it and identify with it and see themselves in it, I think is really cool and really interesting. The fact that I know people feel that way when I read it, and I find it very interesting to get some tiny glimpse of how other people a different perspective than my own. You know what I mean? I guess.
No, see, I interpreted this section as a little bit more of a complication to the Ace reading of Katniss.
Yeah.
Now, there are a lot of different ways to be asexual.
Yeah.
But my understanding of it, and please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong about this. My understanding of it is that the common kind of theme is not experiencing sexual attraction, or maybe experiencing low sexual attraction.
I think it varies greatly, but yes.
Yes. So it's interesting to me because this is in the book, but it's not in the movie. So I think how you feel about that change could vary depending on how you approach this reading of her as Ace.
Yeah. Again, I think, yeah, that's fair. I will say that I think it's because she describes it as a hunger, but it's not necessarily because she doesn't describe it, because she doesn't go into detail of like what this hunger is, or like she doesn't say like I wanted to hold him down and have sex. Like she doesn't.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It doesn't get explicit.
Well, no. But I mean, even not getting explicit, it doesn't get any sort of detail on what this hunger is.
Right.
It could purely be because you can be ace and still be it doesn't mean you're aromantic. Like this could be a very strong romantic hunger that she's feeling in this moment, or a very like it could be many different things. And I don't think it's I think it's just like I said, I think it's the fact that it's sort of vague in the book and doesn't go into great, like it's not easily identifiable as lust necessarily. It reads to lust to me. It reads as lust to me. Yeah. But I think it could not read as lust to somebody else. I guess is my point. It reads
as lust to me too. Right. But yeah, that's fair. I think it could read differently
because I guess my point is that because it's not specifically detailed exactly what she's feeling, and you know, she doesn't go into sort of like hypotheticals of her feelings and that sort of thing. And it just kind of ends. I think it's left up to the reader to kind of interpret it how they want. And I think that is, again, I think that's interesting. It's a little disappointing that the movie doesn't. I get it, because again, this is all her in her head. Yeah, we're not so I don't know how you do it.
But yeah, I think the movie does just kind of flatten that and take all of that like interest out of it.
Yeah.
And like, I say the potential for different interpretations.
Yeah. I would like to reiterate, when I say interesting, I'm not. I can understand that can come across as like I'm viewing asexuality as some weird novelty that I'm like, that's not what I mean when I say interesting. I just, because it's a different perspective that is I don't know how else to call it other than interesting. It's just something that I don't have experience with and that I find
well, and it's something that's not commonly portrayed.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah. Yes. I think people get what I'm saying. I trust our audience to understand where I'm coming from.
I thought that Joanna suddenly attacking Katniss was equally confusing in both the book and the movie.
I don't disagree.
That was another thing that I had to read a couple times in the book. I was like, wait, what's happening?
Yeah. I do think that it's intentional in the book that it's confusing. I think it's intentional in both that it's confusing.
Yeah, because it's all just chaotic at this point.
Yeah, and in the book, we're in Katniss's perspective, so the fact that we don't know exactly what's going on works a little bit better in the book because, again, we're not like a third-person omniscient viewer. We're in Katniss's perspective, kind of. In the movie, it's still similarly confusing, and so yeah, I think it does kind of capture that. I don't know if it makes as much sense in the movie that it's confusing. I don't know. It's fine. It works. It's good. Ultimately, we do find out that the wound that when she was digging into her arm, and I don't remember if the movie ever clarifies this. Does it?
I don't think they did.
Yeah, now that I think about it, maybe it'll happen in the beginning. Because so we find out in the book that the reason Joanna stabs her in the arm, and she starts bleeding out, and ultimately when she gets on the ship and we find out that Joanna was digging out the tracking unit in her arm,
so that the Capitol can't track her.
And now I'm thinking, that the movie never said that, but I could be wrong. Maybe they didn't. I just missed it while I was taking other notes. But yeah, everything's kind of chaos. And then ultimately she does get back to the tree, remembers who the real enemy is, shoots the arrow with the lightning string into the force field, and it explodes in a thing of sparks. I mentioned this earlier. I felt a little underwhelmed by this moment in the movie at first, because I thought it was just the initial sparks and explosion and her being blown back. But then when the dome started collapsing, I started liking it more. I still felt like the movie missed, and this is just a little visual thing, the cinematography missed a moment for this big, wide, dramatic shot of her like laying on the ground, lit up by the sky as sparks and shit fall. I don't know. I felt like the cinematographer in me wanted a different visual representation of this moment than what I got in the movie. I think the movie version is okay, just wasn't as like it wasn't as dramatic as I was hoping it would be, but still pretty good. It redeemed itself a little bit. I don't know. I had just larger visions in my head than what the movie gave me. It's fine.
My last note here, we talked about her picking up the syringe to use as a weapon, but I love Haymitch's line, "You and a syringe against the Capitol."
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, he's
sarcastic, that
classic Hey Mitch. All right, we've got a few odds and ends before we get to Katie predicts the Hunger Games trilogy.
Yes.
So I thought it was interesting and slightly problematic. We'll talk about it. That Katniss is kind of, we get in her head at one moment and she sees the, all the body mods that the people in the Capitol do. And she describes them as freakish. And I get what the book's going for there, in the sense of like, this extravagance, this weird, like, obsession with vanity. And like,
it's very like the portrayal of the Capitol is definitely like a vapid kind of like obsessive focus on physical beauty.
Right. But that being said, I don't love dismissing body modifications as freakish as a whole. Is like a kind of a gross thing. I don't know. And I don't think that's ultimately Suzanne Collins' goal. Like, I don't think like she's like,
I don't think
if you pierce your
either.
ears or like, like do a body mod that you're like a freak. I don't think she would say that. I think
what we're seeing here is potentially like some bias from Katniss, who comes from, I guess you could call it a more conservative background.
Yeah.
Not conservative politically, but just
I even think it's very possible that this is something that Suzanne Collins might have agreed with at the time. And
that's fair. Yeah.
Because it's one of those things that, like, there was a time when I was younger where I might have said something similar about like the idea of like body mods being like, whoa, what's wrong with that like when I was much younger, not like a random tattoo or like getting ears
but
pierced,
more like extreme stuff,
slightly more extreme body mods. There was a time where I would have been more judgmental of that than I am now, and just and so I definitely think there's something to be said of like, you can be a person who clearly has very progressive views and still have some spots that aren't quite as
absolutely
progressive overall. And I think that might be one of those kind of moments. But it does come across a little puritanical and regressive for a book that overall has a lot of progressive things to say.
On the subject of Capitol fashion, though, I really do feel in general like the Capitol fashion in the movie isn't quite as crazy as what it sounds like in the book.
I don't disagree, yeah.
Because in the book, they're like dyeing their skin and doing all this stuff, like implanting gems, and they have the girl who files down her teeth, which we do get in the movie. But I feel like in the movie, it's mostly like wigs and crazy dresses.
Yeah.
And like makeup.
Yeah. So one of the things I noticed is that it was a little thing, and ultimately we find out that the arena is a clock. But I did think it was interesting that at first this is a note I wrote when I was reading the book, when I was reading through the first time, and she sees all the spokes coming out and she describes it as looking like a wheel, and then she gets up and looks around and sees that it's a big perfect circle. And this idea of this arena is a perfect circle with these spokes in the middle. It's a wheel, and that at the end of the movie, she literally breaks the wheel. And I was like, did Game of Thrones? Did George R.R. Martin? And now that may have been written before this. I think it was. Probably was.
I think it was.
Probably was. But at first, I was like, break the wheel. Oh my god. And ultimately, I guess it's smash the clock. I don't know, but like, it's ultimately
not quite. It doesn't have the same gravitas. As break the wheel.
But I thought break the wheel was, and it also break the wheel doesn't actually necessarily work in this universe because it's not a wheel. It's just an authoritarian dictator who's been in power forever. Like there isn't like this. Because the whole idea behind break the wheel is the cycle of monarchs, rising to the throne, taking the throne. This monarch overthrows that monarch, and none of it ever changes. We got to break the wheel, that sort of thing. And this is less. I don't feel like that necessarily applies 1-to-1 to this universe, but I still thought it was kind of funny.
We mentioned earlier, Philip Seymour Hoffman does a really good job in this movie. great casting on that front, but also great casting because he just looks exactly like someone who would be named Plutarch Heavensby.
Yes, he does.
Like, spot on.
Yeah, you couldn't have done better than Philip Seymour Hoffman for that. So I saw a quote from the director about not using shaky cam in this movie and about how they made a very distinct choice because, you know, there were like memes and stuff about it in the first one because that was right around the time this is right around the time with Transformers and where shaky cam became like a meme.
Yeah.
And they made a distinct choice not to use it in this one. And I honestly think that the shaky cam worked better in the first one than the combat in this one. I think this movie works just about as good as the first one did overall.
Yeah.
But I thought the shaky cam combat in the first one was fine, and I thought it got the point across. And I thought in this one, I don't know, I didn't have a problem with it in the first one, and I didn't think that the combat and like the fight scenes in this one were like much better for not using them. Maybe a little at times, but see, here's the thing: is that it's sort of balanced out by in the first one we have almost entirely real sets.
Yeah.
And in this one, we have a lot of CG sets. And now the nature of the arena in this one sort of requires that with the big, you know, the wheel in the water and like it's not just a
right,
field.
we can't
like,
just plop them down in a forest.
Right. So and then the cornucopia is in a field. Like it's this arena is much more requires a CG fest. So I get that, but it's like it kind of balanced out to where it's like, okay, I can see the combat better in this one. In a way that I guess is more exciting. Also, that was kind of the point of the first one, was that you're not supposed to be excited by the combat. It's a bunch of kids killing each other. But that being said, it's also like I can see it better, but it's all like kind of obvious CG environments, and that's not. I don't know. I was slightly disagreed with the director. I was already on bad terms with the director for not sticking the big moments, but that whole shaky cam thing, I was like, bro, you can use shaky cam for good reasons, and I thought they kind of did in the first one.
You know, it's funny, I think you mentioned being able to see better. Because for me, partway through this movie, I turned to you and I was like, for shit's sake, I cannot tell PETA and Finnick apart when it's dark in the arena.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree with that.
These are just two semi-buff blonde white boys running around being completely interchangeable.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree with that. 100%. I just meant, because what I'm talking about is mostly during the day, like when they're like, and in particular, I was talking about the scene where they're fighting like near the cornucopia. But I agree. They're very difficult to tell
they're
apart.
dressed alike. It's all very unhelpful.
Yeah. You know what this movie didn't do that I did like in the first one? I think I might have mentioned earlier, but I did, and we talked about it, like the announcer, like Claudius Templesmith and
I didn't even realize that this movie
Caesar
had
Flickerman.
dropped that until you mentioned it. But yeah,
they don't ever
do it at
cut
all.
in and do anything. And I think that was just to sort of keep us present in the games and what's happening and not sort of pull us out of that as much. But still, I liked it. I thought it worked in different, like, as sort of a counterbalance to not having Katniss's explaining things, having the announcers do it. We didn't need as much of it in this one because we know a lot more about the world already, but still.
Right.
And so my last note was that I think one of the frustrating things about the book, and we'll talk about it much more in the next or the final 2 episodes of this summer series, is that so many of the early sticking it to the fascist moments in this book are so satisfying to me. The unity between the victors holding hands, there's like a bunch of them that I'm blanking on now, but just so many of the moments where we get these like sort of triumphant moments of sticking it to the Capitol. And again, I thought the movie kind of failed at a lot of those in capturing them. And I'm really interested to see going forward, again, kind of comparing the movie to the book and also how I just feel about the book now versus how I did 10 years ago. But I remember the ending kind of subverting the sort of satisfying, triumphant feeling of sticking it to the fascists and being disappointed by that. And I think that's the point. Like, I think that's very clearly from my memory, the point of the last book is to sort of be like, it's not that simple. but it doesn't make it super satisfying.
Yeah.
And it's, again, one of the things that I'll be very, very interested to see how the movie handles. If it sticks to the sort of less satisfying but more realistic moral ambiguity of the book, or if it gives us our yay, we win sort of ending,
Like
that
uplifting,
traditional
kind of.
uplifting ending
Yeah.
that we would get in the movie.
That'd
We'll
be
see.
interesting.
We shall see. All right, Katie, time for you to predict the Hunger Games.
It's gonna happen, Edward. I've seen it.
So we're going to go through Katie's Catching Fire predictions real quick and see how many you got right. Your first one, Katniss and Peeta live together to keep the pretense of their relationship. False.
They don't make them live in the same house.
They do not do that. Second, Katniss will get depressed from PTSD and not be able to cross the fence and go into the woods since there's so much more attention on her. And I would count that as mostly correct.
Yeah, that's mostly correct.
Mostly correct. She's definitely suffering from PTSD. And she also
she
doesn't
is
go
ultimately not able to go in the woods.
and it is very much a big part of it is because of the increased attention on her.
Yeah.
Gale, super jealous, tries to fight Peeta. Peeta lets him win.
No.
Unfortunately not. I would have loved for that to happen. They end back up in the games because next year's tributes die. Maybe the train crashes, and it turns out the rule is that the two previous victors have to step in. Unfortunately not.
There was a point in the book where there's like a malfunctioning train part, and I thought for a second that I might have at least hit in the same ballpark as something there, but no.
But it's the malfunctioning train part on the train that Peeta and Katniss
I know,
and them are on.
but I was like, maybe there will actually be something wrong with the train, and I'll be like in the general
in the
vicinity.
That's fair. And then he said, if that's the case, Haymitch will probably try to go to the games, but Peeta won't allow it. You nailed that one.
I got one.
You nailed that one. You know, you got Peeta's character nailed. All right, what are your Mockingjay Part 1 predictions?
All right, couple things. I think that once they arrive in District 13, that Katniss will come across either Bonnie or Twill, but one of them will not have made it.
I think that's a fair... I remember nothing. I think that's a good prediction.
Okay. Now, I know this won't be the case. This is a fantasy prediction. But I really want District 13 to randomly be like a Jetsons-esque future utopia. Like, without the Capitol, they were able to really just develop their tech and thrive.
Ooh, that could be fun.
I don't know why, and I know it won't happen, but I just want that.
I like that too. I don't remember. I don't think that happens, but I don't remember.
I think that Katniss will break out of wanting to just, like, give up upon seeing Prim.
Yeah, and the movie definitely sort of...
The movie has primed us for that.
For her turning to not wanting to just give up.
I think that Katniss's mom will briefly think that Katniss is actually pregnant and be upset with her about it.
Ooh, that's a good prediction.
Because there was something that the movie dropped, was that her mom was like, she's too young to have a boyfriend.
Yeah, and she's actually thankful to her mom about that.
Yeah.
And it's not clear whether... I think it's not clear whether her mom buys the whole relationship thing or not. I think she knows, and then
we don't get to hear that from her mom actually, so we don't know. But yeah, I think that would be interesting if she briefly thinks she is actually pregnant. And I think that the Capitol is going to use Peeta in like propaganda somehow, and that Katniss will be like kind of unhinged by that.
I think it's a good guess. We forgot to... I don't think we mentioned it all during the whole episode that Peeta was captured by the Capitol at the end.
Yeah.
I literally think we didn't mention that.
I don't think we mentioned that.
But when they all get pulled out of the arena, Finnick and Katniss get... And BT, I think, get rescued by the revolution. And then Finnick and... Peeta and somebody else,
Joanna,
are captured by the Capitol.
Yeah.
And so, but I think that's a really good guess. I think them using, they're all about propaganda, so that makes a lot of sense. All right. Before we get to our final verdict, we just wanted to remind you can do us a giant favor by heading over to patreon.com/thisfilmislit, supporting us there for $2, $5, or $15 a month. Get access to different things at different levels. Also, you can do us a giant favor. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Goodreads. All the things I talked about at the beginning. You know why to follow us. All right, Katie, it's time for the final verdict.
Now, are you ready for your sentence?
Sentence? But there must be a verdict first.
Sentence first, verdict afterward.
I think Catching Fire is, once again, a pretty solid adaptation. The movie does a good job of capturing a lot of the rising tension in Panem and setting up the coming civil war. Jennifer Lawrence once again shines as Katniss, and the rest of the supporting cast do excellent jobs, at times elevating their roles even beyond the page in the case of Joanna, Cinna, President Snow, and Plutarch. Even Liam Hemsworth as Gale does a lot of good work given his limited screen time. The pacing moves along a bit better than the book, although we do lose some pretty important scenes in the attempt to get us to the games quicker than the book does, but it's not something that is a major detriment to the film's thematic narrative. That all being said, I have a few major gripes with the film. First, once again, the lack of Katniss's inner monologue is sorely missed. Reducing our understanding of Katniss to what we can glean from the performance robs us of some of Katniss's most interesting and important character traits. Her internal struggle with her feelings about romance and intimacy and the conversation on ace representation that portrayal offers is completely lacking in the film, as the romance subplot is reduced to a simple and oft-seen love triangle. Second, this film again lacks many of the stark depictions of brutality committed by the Capitol that really help ground this world in a bleak reality that challenges readers and forces us to contend with the horrors of a fascist dictatorship. The movie doesn't entirely fail here. I think overall the film elicits the necessary emotions in this regard, but the book's unrelenting depiction of cruelty and authoritarianism with things like the Avox subplot are missed. Finally, my biggest complaint with this film was its inability to nail the big moments. The revelation of Peeta painting Rue for the game makers, the contestants holding hands together on stage, Mag's sacrifice, the Morphling's death with Peeta, and the destruction of the arena all just fell a little short for me. So many of those moments gave me literal chills while I was reading the book, and while the Rue scene still did in the movie, the rest felt underdeveloped and undercooked. Neither the cinematography nor the score gave those scenes the weight and impact that I wanted. And that was really disappointing after I found myself so completely affected by them in the novel. So for all of those reasons, I'll once again end by saying the book was better.
I'm going to start by co-signing everything Brian said. I think this is a pretty solid adaptation. There are high points in some of the characters being elevated and the pacing being a little tighter. There are low points in, once again, missing Katniss's inner monologue, the movie's failure to nail some big important moments visually and emotionally. I agree with everything you said, so I'm not going to retread all of that. I think my biggest complaint about the film is its decision to set the majority of the film in the arena when that section only accounts for about a third of the book. And I understand wanting to focus on the action and take the audience back to what they'll recognize from the first film, but to me, the most interesting stuff in the book happened in the first 2/3 when Katniss has to face the society that she lives in and grapple with it. So for those reasons, I'm going to give this one to the book.
There you go. So far, 2 for 2 for the book. And I will say, I was going to mention this earlier, but I have found myself really enjoying these this time. And now, so I really enjoyed the first book the first time. I remember thinking the movie was fine. I remember not liking the second book as much, and I remember actively disliking much of the third book. I liked the second book a lot this time, and I really liked the second movie. And I think ultimately, I wouldn't be surprised if these books and movies age far better than any other series that we've done on. Lord of the Rings exists, but this series may end up aging better than many of the series that we've done on this book, on our summer series. And I think it may end up. It's funny because I know the series was popular and the movies were popular, but I think it may end up, and we'll see how it ends. This is all premature, but I would be really interested to see. I think this series may end up sort of being an underrated sort of not forgotten, but like I don't feel like people talk about the Hunger Games anymore.
Yeah.
in the same
Maybe
way
it'll
that
get
people
a
talk about
renaissance
Twilight,
that Twilight, Twilight is getting.
in the same way people talk about Harry Potter, and the same people talk about Lord of the Rings, same way people talk about Twilight. Obviously, they talk about those things all very differently, but the popularity of those things is, I feel like, on a different level than the Hunger Games has maintained.
Well, I feel like the Hunger Games surged and then petered out, whereas the other series that you mentioned have continued to have some attention and popularity fairly consistently.
All to different levels, obviously. But yeah, I agree, and I definitely think you're right that I think there's a renaissance coming for these. We'll see.
Yeah, and
maybe I'll change my mind completely when we finish the third one, but
yeah, possibly. And I also think that given some things going on in the real world right now,
I think that's fair too.
I think we could be pretty ripe for a renaissance of the Hunger Games.
I think that's the thing that's sticking out to me the most, is that in the way that, so Harry Potter obviously has a lot to say, and a lot of it I think good, and there's a lot to talk about that, and we've discussed it to some length, and maybe we'll revisit it someday and discuss it even more. But I don't think it's relevant in the same way in modern day. This book, like you said, this series feels very relevant now. It feels very important now. It feels like a series that has a lot to say about our current situation, and the rising tensions in our country and all of that stuff. And I do think, and the socio-political climate that we currently live in, and in a way that Harry Potter is maybe more sort of universally relevant in terms of like timelessness, kind of, maybe. There's, again, a lot to say about that. But I do think that again, upon rereading these books, they're hitting me in a way that they didn't the first time when I read them in 2010 or 11 or whatever. Part of that's me being older and wiser. And I think another part of that, though, is the world we live in now. Yeah. And I think they're more relevant than ever. And I do think it's very likely that they will have sort of a renaissance. But like a true renaissance, and I don't mean that as a slight to Twilight.
Well, Twilight's having a tongue-in-cheek renaissance.
And I guess that's what my point when I say a true renaissance. I think it's very likely that these books will actually have a renaissance in the sense of people looking at them and appreciating them, not only ironically. And again, I think there's even some truth to people appreciating Twilight in a new way, less ironically and just for what they are. But I think these books have the depth and the relevance to be reappreciated in a way that's really meaningful, and I would be really surprised if that doesn't happen soon. Maybe we're ahead of the trend on this one. I don't know. And I'm sure I'm over exaggerating their sort of fall from relevancy. Like, I'm sure there's still a pretty large audience of people who like them. It's just not an audience that I've been a part of. But I do think it's very fair to say that in comparison to some of these other series that we've done, that they don't have that sort of staying power. And I think that's a shame, and I think that's going to change, because I think they're better books than some of the stuff that people really like. Maybe. I don't know. I don't mean that negatively. I still, despite everything, really like Harry Potter in a lot of ways, and really hate it in a lot of other ways. But I don't know. And maybe that was a spiel, a conversation that would have been better suited for the last episode. But
well, maybe we can revisit that.
We can revisit it.
See how we feel.
All right, Katie, what's up next?
Up next, we have my slightly early birthday pick. I didn't want to put off Mockingjay any further. So we're doing my birthday pick a little bit early, and we will be talking about Beauty and the Beast.
Yes, finally.
We will be talking about the 1991 animated film.
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah.
Nah, I'm just kidding. I just love that you had to clarify what Beauty and the Beast we were talking about.
I don't want anyone to think we're talking about the 2017 live action film, because we're not.
Oh, that's true. There is that. I forgot about that. I'm sorry. I've completely forgot about that. We can do the 1991 version. Can we just cut in Evermore? Like, just edit it into the middle of...
Well, I had planned for us to talk about the live action version as our Patreon bonus
that's a good idea.
for August.
I still haven't seen it. I just Evermore
I have a lot
slaps
of
so hard.
Opinions on that movie.
I don't have any opinion on it yet, but I fucking love that song. It's so good. Anyways,
So we'll be talking about Beauty and the Beast next time.
fantastic. That'll be
And
a lot of fun.
please come by for our prequel episode as well, because we'll be talking about a topic that I have a lot of passionate thoughts about.
I know what it is. Without you even telling me, I know what it is, because we've had several conversations. It was one of the things, I'll say this. It's one of the, I remember we had this conversation very early in our relationship, and it was one of the things that made me fall deeply in love with you.
Oh,
Like, it just, your passion for it and the eloquent way in which you stated, like, it was something that I had never heard, like an argument, because I had heard the meme about it. And this is all, I understand.
the elegant way that I eviscerate anyone who implies this.
It was something that I found very attractive and very appealing, and was, I don't know, it was something that I really liked. And again, it made me grow very fond of you. And so I'm very looking forward to this prequel episode. That is a hell of a teaser we just gave, because people still don't know what we're talking about. I think people can maybe guess. There's a meme about, not a meme, I don't know.
It is kind of a
meme about the Beauty and the Beast that Katie has strong feelings about. So
yeah.
We'll be talking about that. Until that time, guys, gals, non-binary pals, and everybody else.
Keep reading books.
Keep watching movies.
And keep being awesome.